fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson! Anderson's up top here!
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
It's very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Alla, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today.
Today, we come to a milestone in the 2021 Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS season. 15 rounds are scheduled for this championship and we have run 7 so far. Once this night of racing concludes, we will be into the second half of the season, where the drivers really switch into gear and start planning for the endurance rounds and the series end game. And what a stage to play it out on, the meandering, bumpy, narrow blast of Oulton Park in virtual Cheshire in the UK. This circuit, surprisingly, has not been part of the SCOPS track rotation before, despite making numerous appearances on the official iRacing V8 series schedule. But the drivers love it, we love it, and it's generally been a positive reaction to this track making its long overdue V8 SCOPS debut. And here on SimSpeed TV, we're honoured once again to bring it to you. I'm Reese Gardner, and joining me in the commentary box is Cameron Dance with Jake Kennedy behind the scenes on production. Cam, this track is brilliant, as I'm sure you're aware, racing it in Aussie Car Formula V, and the racing tonight is going to be tense with no pit stop required.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really, really good night of racing. This track seems to put on really, really good racing regardless of the car, whether it's very, very basic stuff like Formula V or like V8s or GT3s. It doesn't matter. This track really seems to provide some really, really good racing. Even though it's tight and twisty, it really brings the best out of the drivers and their setup as well.
Absolutely. Here's where Oulton Park is located in the northwest of England, very close to the border of Wales and near Liverpool and Manchester as well. Down through the old park of Oulton Hall, which was bombed in the Second World War. This was an army camp during the later stages of the war. General Patton set up camp here, and then after the war ended, it was decided that this would be turned into a racetrack. The road around the camp becoming the initial layout of Oulton Park, of course extended in 1954 with the Lakeside, the Island Bend, Shell Oil's Corner, all the way back down to Knickerbrook Corner at turn 12, and then over the years the track modified with chicanes at Britton's and at Hislop. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the racing turns out here, because this track has a few heavy braking zones, but Cam, it's still very narrow, so it turns out to be quite a hard track to pass on.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very, very technical as well, which is why it makes it so difficult to pass on as well, with the fact that there's very, very limited overtaking opportunities, and that the track's so narrow that if you're going to go for a move, you really have to commit to it or make sure you're well up alongside someone so that you're not actually going to get shuffled out into the grass or the wall. And if you do touch that grass, especially on the way through turn 4, which is a very, very easy, well, what seems like an easy opportunity to pass that, because you can get a run into turn 3. If you find yourself in the grass at turn 4, you could possibly end up coming off second best or even worse when you head into the hairpin.
Yeah, exactly. That Shell Oil's hairpin is going to be one of the flashpoints of the race. Of course, we've got 3 24-lap races tonight, 1 for Super Split 2 and 2 for Split 1. So, very high chance of safety cars, as you can see with how narrow and undulating this track is, how close the barriers are in many places too. But for the drivers, they're not going to have to think about pit strategy whatsoever. It's just going to be out and out, flat out racing around Oulton Park, through the forests, up and down the hills. This is going to be a fantastic night of racing. Well, going to live pictures, we see Benjamin Smith just making his way into the pit lane very spiritedly in the pre-race practice session for Super Split 2. There's no qualifying session for this one because the times were set by the times drivers set over the last 3 days of pre-qualifying. And our series administrator, one of them, Simon Black, was talking to us just before we went live, saying it's probably for the better that drivers have been getting all of that practice in pre-qualifying, because as you can see, going through those chicanes, Cam, the tyre barriers very close. And on Friday night in the V8SCOPS supports presented by racingsims.co.nz, we saw a lot of drivers coming off second best versus those bundles.
Yeah, it's very, very tempting to turn in just that little bit earlier just to get the apex a little bit better. And if you turn in just ever so slightly too much, you find yourself in that barrier, and it can damage the car quite a bit, as I found out firsthand. But nevertheless, yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to see what's going to happen through those chicanes. We might see a few battered cars as a result of those chicanes, but what's going to happen is those chicanes are going to probably offer up some really, really good passing opportunities as well for a few people across the race as well.
Yeah, indeed. Just seeing the run down here to the second proper turn. Logan Barnett making his way through the left-hand sweeper, and out on the right-hand side there, that exit curb. It's going to be a bit of a problem for drivers looking to keep their incident points down, because you can't go that far off the circuit before you get an off track. You can barely use any of that curb, but this hairpin, that Shell Oils hairpin, got a little bit of banking to it. You can really get a good launch out of it, but it's only a short blast down here to the Hislop chicane, which has a reasonably quick entry for a chicane, but you're slowing right down to navigate that right-hander and try and get a good run over the hill. And this, Cam, is where the next passing opportunity is, if you're brave enough, down here at Hislop.
Yeah, and that first chicane as well also tightens up through that right-hander. So while it's very, very inviting to go in a little bit quicker just to try and carry a little bit more corner speed, you're going to find yourself overshooting quite a bit. So you want to try and set yourself up for a nice exit onto the back straight and all the way down towards the Hislop chicane. So it's going to be really, really fascinating to see what sort of moves we're going to see at Hislop, and who's going to possibly get moves up the inside or try and hang it around the outside there, because you really don't want to lose any sort of time or position there with the fact that it's a prime opportunity.
At the end of the lap here, the deer leap through the final turn of the circuit across the start-finish line. The straight here is curved to the left slightly, so almost opens up a little bit of an opportunity into turn one, but it tightens up quite a bit on the exit phase, does turn one. So if you're going to try and make a pass there, got to make sure that you're well alongside into the braking zone. But of course, that hasn't stopped many drivers in the past from attempting moves. This series always bringing out the most aggressive style of racing that some of the best sim drivers in Australia and New Zealand have to offer. Riding on board with the DPR Ford Mustang of Reese Keane, that's simrigs.com white Mustang that's been making its appearances this year. Oh, cutting the chicane there, Logan Barnett. I think he might be done with that lap. I'd be interested to see, Cam, actually, if in qualifying later on the drivers end up cutting those chicanes to try and shorten their outlap, because it's something that you can do if you so desire. I don't know if there's a rule prohibiting drivers from doing that, but as we saw on Friday, there were a few drivers doing that in qualifying and ending up getting a cone wedged underneath their car, which is not something you want.
Yeah, you certainly have to be a little bit careful if you're going to cut those chicanes, especially during the race, where if you get that cone wedged inside your corner panel or something like that, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. But in qualifying, I don't think it's going to be really too important. You're not going to want to try and cut it too much, especially if you're trying to get your way through the field and ending up with a slowdown, because you've got to clear that as well before you start your lap. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens during qualifying, whether anybody finds some fun from doing that.
Well, Logan Barnett, who we were following for a bit there, is the top car in the practice session at the moment. 1 minute 33.47 is the pace being set at the moment. We're seeing drivers setting lap times here towards the very end of the session, with Troy Maguire and Michael Taliancic jumping up the order. Taliancic to 9th and Maguire to 13th. And I'll tell you what, Barnett doesn't have the much space to work with, because Bradley Vaughan only 0.03 of a second behind him on this one lap pace that we're seeing. And it's only a short race, as we said, 24 laps. The number 100 of Bradley Vaughan, P2 in the session, making his way through Lodge Corner, the final proper turn on the circuit, and then up through the D Elite. It's big compression, followed by a bit of airborne time, which can certainly play havoc with the rear tyres, Cam. These things have 650 horsepower, 1,500 kilograms and a lock differential, so if you end up losing traction in the rear, it can be hard to recover.
Yeah, especially over that D-Elite. If you do actually clip that little bump on the inside, it can actually unsettle the rear very, very easily in these machines. So you've got to be a little bit careful there. And a lot of the lap as well, with the fact that you're going to be managing that tyre wear and managing that wheel spin, as we see on board with Tixia. They're just getting a little bit loose on the way down towards Lodge Corner over that undulation, which is going to play havoc with a lot of drivers and could possibly see some issues for those on used tyres as well later in the race.
Indeed. Oh my goodness, that's not what you want to happen. Trying to get into the pits with Sebastian Tixier and just clobbering the entry wall. Of course, there's no penalty for escaping out in this session, but once we get out of practice, the no escape rule will come in. That's something that's been with V8SCOPS since day one, an effort to make it a little more realistic out there for the drivers. If you have an incident out on track and your car is too damaged, or you mess up a qualifying lap or something like that, you cannot just escape back to the garage from the side of the road. You must make your way back to the pits under your own power if you can, and stop in your box before you escape. And I think a few drivers' races will be defined by that today, because it's going to be difficult to get it around to the pits if you're going to carry damage. And of course, there is also the potential of the safety car coming out if drivers mess up a bit too much.
Yeah, that safety car could possibly spice this race up quite a bit. You might find some drivers might come down onto the lane and get some new tyres as well if they're a little bit down the order and trying to use a little bit of a different strategy, but who knows what's going to happen, and it certainly will bring some back into the race as well to possibly try and win this race if they've been struggling earlier on. So we'll have to keep an eye out and see what happens, but a safety car is very, very possible around here, with the fact that anything can happen if you drop a wheel off into that grass.
Michael Taliancic not having any of those issues. He's keeping his car nicely off the green stuff, keeping it on the curbs beautifully as well. And Tally is a consistent racer that we've been following for quite some time. The leader, the owner of Pursuit Sim Racing, who's really come into its own this season with drivers like Andrew Gilliam and quite a few others up there in the order here in V8SCOPS. Pursuit has emerged as one of the proper contender teams, along with Altus Esports, who have been really taking the fight to Trans-Tasman Racing in the last few rounds.
Yeah, they've certainly come out recently, stomping their foot down and making their mark of Pursuit Sim Racing, with a few of their drivers being quite quick in relation to those around them, the likes of Bailey Fridd and that, who managed to come out and make an impact against those much quicker drivers from the likes of Trans-Tasman Racing and Altus Esports as well. So it'll be fascinating to see what they can all do tonight, and it'll be interesting to see if Taliancic can also find his way into Split 1 as well.
Indeed, that is the prize for winning this Split 2 race. P1 at the end of it gets to race in Split 1 for the remainder of the night. So it's sometimes a bit of a difficult position to be in if you're up there at the top of Split 2. Sometimes you'd be asking yourself the question, do I want to be driving another 48 laps of racing around Oulton Park once I've put all of this effort in to try and get this win? I tell you what, the second Split winner is probably the hardest working driver of any SCOPS race night.
Yeah, absolutely not wrong. They're doing double the amount of racing that everybody else is doing, and at the end of the day, that's also helping them in championship points-wise because they're scoring more points by getting not only that split win, but also being able to get into split 2 as well. So, split 1. So it'll be interesting to see who's going to end up going there. There's obviously a few drivers out here tonight who could very, very well possibly win tonight and end up in split 1, but it's going to be very, very hard fought, and there's going to be a lot of drivers who are going to want that victory as well.
Absolutely. Well, 2, 1, and 0. The timer goes down and we can move forward into the race session where the field, of course, defined by pre-qualifying lap times. It's going to be Brian Borg, the Bryborg, in pole position there for the Premier Racing Team 017 alongside Bradley Vaughan in the number 100. Logan Barnett, who topped the practice session, starts in third alongside Sean McNamara, with Hayden Harrison and Sebastian Tixier rounding out the top 6. Moving further down, we got James Chastanerf, who was a split 2 winner earlier in the season. Michael Taliancic starting alongside him on the 4th row, with Aaron Borg and Reese Keane rounding out the top 10. And then it's Troy Maguire and Ben Christensen, who drives the safety car in the V8SCOPS support series, rounding out the top 12.
Then you're going to have Sebastian Flock and Vincent Skillbeck on row 7. Row 8 is going to consist of Christian Smart and Tyler Bowen. Benjamin Smith and Chad McKnight going to be in 18th and 19th, with Kokoschka and Zebra just inside the top 20. Varga and Richie going to round out 22nd and 23rd on the grid.
And Simon Chadwick starting in 24th. Christopher Ireland, one of the first of the drivers to start on the uphill through Deer Leap on the grid. He's going to be starting alongside Steve Jenkins, with Rob Crisdale and Dean Powell starting in 27th and 28th. Then it's Synergy Sim Racing's Todd Parks starting alongside Tyler Blackburn, rounding out the top 30. Brendan Nitschke and Michael Schroeder, 31st and 32nd. Final couple rows on the grid taken up by Stuart Crawford and Matthew Brunt, with Jordan Gallagher rounding out the final competitive position on the grid. Everyone else that you see there, Mike Korolev and Simon Black, they are our race control, and they will be the ones giving out penalties and calling the safety car if it is needed. Well, we've got about 1 minute and 10 seconds left here to get things going, and the drivers will all be sitting on the grid hoping, beyond hope, that they get a good launch, get the line locker perfectly finessed, and make their way off the line optimally. It's going to be a problem for drivers further to the rear of the grid. You can see in the distance there the run through Deer Leap. There's going to be some drivers starting downhill, some drivers starting uphill in that section of the circuit, but there's no such problem for the drivers up at the front. Reminder of the race length, we got 24 laps with no pit stops, so if a driver gets a bad getaway, it's going to be very difficult to try and get all of that time back. They're going to have to do all of it on the track. And Brian Borg there on the right hand side of the screen, starting on the pole position. He's going to be thinking, I've got a clear road ahead of me to turn 1. I have to nail this start, otherwise Bradley Vaughan's going to be right on me. And we saw how close Vaughan and Barnett were in the practice session, so I'm sure that second is going to be very hard fought as well. What can Tixier do in the bright yellow Mustang? Can he pull a surprise out of this? We'll find out in just a few seconds' time as the timer hits 0 and the revs start to rise here for Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS 2021 at Oulton Park. That was a slight jerk forward there from Logan Barnett, putting the car in gear, but the green flag flies and we are away. That's a good start from Brian Borg. Not getting off the line well was Hayden Harrison, getting absolutely swamped by the field in the 096 as they come into turn 1 for the first time. James Chastanerf round the outside of Sebastian Tixier, securing the position there, getting up into 5th place. Bradley Vaughan really pressuring the car of Brian Borg up at the front, as then through and off the left-hander they go. Tixier getting a little bit crossed up as we're almost running side by side there at the lower part of the grid. It's Justin Wallace and Jamie McKnight almost going side by side into the sweeper. Now here is one of the choke points of the lap, the run into the hairpin. If you get off into the grass on driver's right, then you're going to be sent straight across. Hopefully the barrier will collect you. It looks like most of the drivers have made their way through reasonably cleanly as they make their way into the Britain chicane for the first time. And Brian Borg has gotten a poor exit. It's on for the lead. Bradley Vaughan starting to test him as they come into his lops. And there is a move up the inside of Michael Taliancic. Just Aaron Borg trying to go for the move. They make contact side by side. And just touching the rear of the 777, sent off the circuit back on. And he has absolutely squeezed everyone behind him. A big checkup. Troy Maguire had to massively get out of the throttle there.
Yeah, massive checkup with the fact that Taliancic was off the road. He's back on and going now, but he's lost a lot of time and a few positions as well for good measure, but not the start that Taliancic would have wanted at all. But it's on towards the front. It's just enough around.
Yes, and that's a bad spot. He's going to collect the field coming through right across the track. He manages to get off, but he's collected a few drivers along with him there. Chastanerf attempting to make his way through there. James Chastanerf trying to get his way back through on Chastanerf, but poor Shasty, he ended up getting collected there by first Aaron Borg and then by, it seems, the slow-starting Hayden Harrison. Michael Taliancic was involved in that too, and that's created quite a bit of chaos there at the back of the grid. Harrison with massive damage now, snaking his way around. Here is the incident. James Chastanerf getting whacked in the side and every other place of the car, and I think a few drivers are not going to be too happy with that. Just goes to show, Lodge Corner, as blind as it is, if an incident happens in front of you, there's not much time to react.
Yeah, there's a bunch of time to react. I'm very, very lucky for a lot of drivers to end up missing that. I do have to wonder if Harrison is possibly going to end up having to park it at some point with the fact the motor's going to blow up. We could see a possible safety car, but there's been an incident for Aaron Borg and a few other drivers at the first chicane.
Yeah, the first chicane at Britain's as we look forward to Michael Taliancic. Looks like that's Jamie McKnight in the 027. Trying to make his way through. He's already got a bit of damage to the left-hand side of the car from those first lap shenanigans, and Taliancic, one of the drivers, losing out massively here on the first lap. He's down 4 positions. Everyone around him has gained. The big losers at the end of the first lap, Tyler Bowen down 11, Vincent Skilbeck down 14, Aaron Borg down 21, Hayden Harrison down at 26, and it looks like it's 27 now because Christopher Ireland's made his way past him. James Chastanerf is now in the pits, and we suspect that's going to be a retirement for Shasty. A very poor way to get your night off to a start, but you can't say it was his fault.
Yeah, you certainly can't say it was his fault. Certainly the fault of Tixier, but safety car has been called for that incident that Borg and that were involved in. And Christian Smart's actually parked upside down out of the Britain chicane.
Oh, he is too. Goodness me, the bottom of that car exposed for all the world to see. I wonder what happened to him here. On Friday, we did get quite a few drivers hitting the tyre barriers, but it doesn't look like that's what's happened here. There was actually an incident with Taliancic and Borg up ahead. Tally turned around Borg coming into the chicane, and then as Borg came back onto the circuit, he just went into the side of Christian Smart. So we'll focus on Taliancic here for now. Aaron Borg just up ahead there through the hairpin, and Tally getting a much better run on the exit of that corner, tries to squeeze himself alongside on the right hand side, but then Borg just gets light and around he goes back onto the circuit, avoids the tyre barriers. Christian Smart doesn't know what's coming, and unfortunately that is another Mustang getting involved in that as well. That's a big shame for those guys, and the incident's going to continue here. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it got worse. That was one of the Race on Oz Mustangs that collected Smart as he was trying to get back up to speed. Benjamin Smith, who had a great run last round at Donington in Split 2. Let's see then how this looked from his perspective. You see the incident happening in front of him. He's thinking, okay, I gotta be careful here. But then Christian Smart gets right back onto the circuit in front of him. That is flat out an unsafe rejoin.
Yeah, he couldn't have really done much else there. He could have possibly gone to the grass instead of carrying on through the pavement. But yeah, really unfortunately for Smith, and not really a lot he could have done there.
Not a lot at all. Well, it looks like Smart's gotten back onto his wheels now, and he's able to keep going, but he is crabbing massively. That car, I think, terminally damaged, probably won't make it back out before the end of the race. The safety car is out, driven by Michael Korolev, and all of these drivers up at the front are going to get an opportunity to have a little rest here. There's been no change in the top 4 in terms of positions. It's still Brian Borg, Bradley Vaughan, Logan Barnett and Sean McNamara there, but everyone else in the field has either gained or lost positions. So many gainers in the midfield. And the laps, of course, will still be ticking away here. The drivers are on lap 4 of 24, 1/6 race distance as we make our way to the line. But now the drivers can get their heads screwed back on a little bit, focus. It's going to be a single file rolling restart here, Cam, which means that it might be a little bit calmer. Let's hope.
Yeah, certainly let's hope, with fingers crossed, that it's going to be a little bit of a cleaner start, but it's at least going to give Brian Borg and Bradley Vaughan a little bit of an equal start here instead of worrying about getting their cars off the line and off the grid from a standing start. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen. Borg's going to control the field and try and time the restart to his advantage, but Bradley Vaughan is looking very, very much like he's trying to wait for him and testing his patience a little bit here.
Yes, indeed. Right on the bumper of the 017, and the cars will start to compress up behind Brian Borg now, lose as little time as possible on the restart, and Vaughan's going to have his line in here. Borg has gone early on the run down to the final couple of corners. Through Lodge they go at racing speed, and we're back racing here at Oulton Park. Borg going a little bit narrow there through the Deers Leap section, probably trying to keep the traction up as they go back to racing action. Borg leads the way into turn 1. It's Vaughan, then Barnett, then McNamara as per usual. And further down in the field, it's looking like it's a pretty clean start as well. Oh, not for some people though, so going off there. Oh, looks like Sebastian Tixier has gone off at the third turn there. The sweeper as they come round to Lakeside. Some mistake there for Tixier, and he has to stay off the circuit here because this is one of the fastest sections of the circuit. He's got to be very careful not to rejoin in an unsafe spot.
He's trying his best to get out of the way, and finally everybody's on board. He's going to rejoin, so he's dropped all the way to the tail end of the field as a result of that mistake, which has cost him very, very dearly. But at the front of the field, Bradley Vaughan has not let Brian Ball get away at all, and they've broken away from Barney and McNamara as well.
Absolutely have. So the top 2 sandwiched together as we speak here at Oulton Park. And it seems to me Vaughan trying to line up a maneuver, but he's going to have to plan it very carefully. Main thing he's going to be depending on here is Brian Borg making a mistake. A little bit too much throttle in the wrong place, spin up the rear wheels, ruin your run down the straight, and then Bradley Vaughan will be there to take advantage. You see the difference in lines there on the exit of Lodge too. Borg still going narrow, avoiding that exit curb. Certainly seems to be helping him.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be helping him at the moment, and something he's going to want to continue doing as well, just to try and keep those tyres under him and try and keep that pace that he's got going for as long as he possibly can. But still starting to break away a little bit as well as Brian Borg over this last half a lap or so. Top 4 really starting to spread out to be in their own little bit of air at the moment. We'll see what's going to happen, but side by side on the way down towards turn 4 is Taliance. She's going to hold the inside, and that's going to mean that the United Simsport car is going to end up shuffled out a little bit. Kokoschka is going to just not quite get on by McKnight, but he's going to want to try and get the position back as soon as he can.
Kokoschka, I believe, had split 2 pole at Oran Park, so he's still doing all right there, just outside the top 10, keeping himself very busy, and Jamie McKnight busy too. But that's good for Michael Taliancic. He's back into the top 10 now, and he can try and advance forward. We take a look at the number 957. It's quite the interesting battle that we're looking at there. It looks like it's probably Tyler Blackburn taking a look at there, but the lead battle continuing to burn away here up at the front. They've broken away from 3rd and 4th of Barnett and McNamara. And at the moment, Bradley Vaughan, it's still a question of, I just need to keep myself within this gap here to Brian Borg so that if he makes a mistake, I can pounce.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's going to just want to continue to keep the pressure on him and try and look after his tyres, but also trying to keep that pressure on and making sure that he can try and make Borg make a mistake so he can get on by, but we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. It's going to be a lot of patience and a lot of timing to make sure he doesn't make a mistake himself, but make sure that he can still make that move later on and have the tyres do it. Tixie has been given a drive through penalty as well by the looks of it, so he's going to drop down to the very, very tail end of the field, so he's going to unfortunately not be having a great day today, but he'll still continue on his way, but it's still going on a little bit further down the order as well, but still at the front of the field. Very, very important to these two.
Indeed, taking a look at Sebastian Flock in P7, he's chasing down Ben Christensen there, just up ahead. They've got Troy Maguire at the front of this pack, and Maguire is keeping his distance there to McNamara and Barnett up ahead in third and fourth, but again, if they make a mistake, he's going to be right there to take advantage. And these other three guys, Christensen, Flock and Keane at the rear of this train in the DPR car, they're all going to be taking advantage of that as well. So Taipan Esports driver of Troy Maguire making his way out of the Druids double right-hander down that straight that undulates and dips and rises. Fantastic circuit this here at Oulton Park. To drive around on your own, certainly. To race, I think the drivers are starting to feel a little bit frustrated here because it's not quite as easy to send one up the inside at a place like this than at other tracks.
Yeah, it'll certainly be testing a lot of drivers' patience, as you saw there. Christensen just trying a little different line through turn 3 to see if he can make something work, but didn't quite manage to get the run that he needed on the way down towards turn 4, but looking very, very racing at the moment is Christensen, and he's going to want to try and find his way on by Maguire, who seems to be the proverbial cork in the bottle in this battle of cars as well, with the likes of Flock and Keane not too far behind him as well.
Bit further up, it looks like Brian Borg's made a mistake out of the Britain's chicane. Tit for tat, really, because on the exit of the Shell Oils hairpin, Bradley Vaughan had a bit of an oversteer moment, but the leaders are now back together. And it's very difficult to put the power down in these cars on any kind of track. But here at Oulton Park, where you've got those rough curves, you've got the bumps in the road, and a lot of curved acceleration zones out of these chicanes, they certainly like to get squirrely in the rear. Vaughan flashing the lights at Mr. Borg and really making it known that he is going to go for this win on board then with the Mustang. And Vaughan just closes up massively there, coming through Lodge Corner, and he's gotten a reasonably good exit as well, but it seems Brian Borg still has the advantage when you get towards the end of these straight line sections. Late apex turn 1, it's a very difficult corner to get right, Cam, as I'm sure you know from racing in Aussie Car Formula V. It's got a very late sharp apex, which is a bit unusual for such a sweeper.
Yeah, it certainly does, and if you hit that inside curve a little bit too wrong, it can cost you quite a bit of time and possibly cost you the race as well if you're even more unlucky. But Vaughan continuing to apply the pressure to the back of Brian Borg, and Barnett and McNamara aren't out of this completely either. They're not too far off the back of it, Bradley Vaughan. So if these two start to come together, they'll be able to catch up very, very quickly. We'll quickly have a four-way fight for the lead on our hands.
Yeah, for sure. Looks to me like McNamara has increased the gap between himself and Logan Barnett a little bit, lost a tiny bit of time, but looking at the EMU sim racing machine of Andrew Ritchie, this is all the way down in 16th place, so very deep in the field, but if you look behind him, you can see that there's so many cars around him, all vying for those positions down into the chicane. Stephen Varga for United Sim Sports, then we've got Dean Powell, Robert Crisdale, Rick Sibra and Todd Parks in the 040, who we were just taking a look at. The lead is back on though. Bradley Vaughan still pushing as hard as he can in the braking zone. And these cars don't have anti-lock brakes, so you've got to be careful with how you apply them through pieces of track like the run up to 10A and 10B at Road Atlanta, where there's a lot of compression. The drivers can put the brake pedal all the way to the floor at 100% pressure, but in quite a few turns here at Oulton Park, you've got to be a bit more careful than that, particularly through these bumps and down through cascades where the track goes downhill.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very careful not to pinch an inside front or possibly lock and inside front, and it's very, very easy to do, especially on the way into the shallow oil hairpin here, where it starts to bank quite a lot on the way in and through the corner, so you have to be a little bit careful not to lock your right front wheel and then cause more dramas for the chicane later on, where you're going to be turning left to right. So it's one of those tracks where you've just got to be a little bit more careful, not only on the throttle but on the brake pedal as well.
Absolutely. Well, we're almost up to half race distance now, and the fatigue's going to start to set in for these drivers with how much the corners come thick and fast at this track, especially in cars that carry this much speed. Sebastian Flock on Ben Christensen still, and this shows no signs of letting up, this particular battle for 6th. Troy Maguire up at the front of the pack is still keeping it nice and clean there. This has been a very good drive here from Troy. But Sebastian Flock, the one that we're keeping our eye on there, further to the back of that pack. He's kept himself a reasonable distance ahead of Reese Keane, but these guys are starting to bring Justin Wallace into the fold, the analytical Race on Oz Commodore you see in the blue and white at the back of that pack. So this could very well become a proper train very shortly. And when you're in a train, Cam, that's when things start to get a bit frustrating as a driver, because you can very easily get distracted by what the cars around you are doing, result in a mistake, and then you put all the way to the back of that train.
Yeah, absolutely. So you just need to continue to work on what you're doing yourself and trying to work on what's going on in front of you. You don't want to be looking in the mirror too much, especially around this sort of track as side by side on the way through turn 4 is the Race on Oz car, and try to stick to the inside. He's going to get that done on the 923 car, and he's managed to get that done very, very easily. This is some nice defensive driving there.
Yeah, Steve Jenkins in that bright yellow Mustang, and that was Tyler Blackburn making his way past him round the outside, and it's a very impressive manoeuvre to make. But Jenkins, he doesn't want any of it. He's really pushing Blackburn through here. Cannot get the move done at the chicane, and he's got quite a bit of pressure there from behind from Andrew Ritchie, but they sort themselves out for the time being. I tell you what, this has allowed Simon Chadwick to really get away from this battle. He's just up there, in the distance in the frame, and those little attempts at passes into the chicane, you've got to be careful, as it's defensive for Blackburn. Let's see then what Andrew Ritchie can do, and what Steve Jenkins can do as well here. Jenkins gets a very good exit out of Lodge, but it doesn't look like he can take advantage into turn 1.
Yeah, no advantage there. It's a big shot in the background. Ritchie's into the wall.
Oh, contact with Dean Powell too, and on the inside of the first turn, he gets collected and sent up and over multiple times. That will undoubtedly be another safety car here at half race distance. There's no way that Ritchie can get that thing back to the pits in that state. Virtual Racing School replay. So, oh goodness. Either missed his braking point or a late decision at a move. That was Stephen Varga, actually, who ended up making that move and getting collected by, I think that was Todd Parks in the Synergy Mustang. So there might just be a penalty coming the way of the number 868 in that United Sim Sports Commodore, because Andrew Ritchie, well, he has been able to get it back going again, and we stay green. But, wow, that was almost another safety car that would have reset the lead battle again.
Yeah, it certainly would have, and what a wild, wild ride for Ritchie there. That should have, in theory, I would have thought would have completely destroyed the car, but nevertheless, he's managed to get it back and going, and somehow after landing back on his wheels, he was going to bring it back onto the lane. We'll get a virtual racing replay of something else that's happened, and just a little bit more contact as well there from Dean Powell, who's gone off the road there on the way through turn 11.
Yeah, Pow, I do apologise for misidentifying you earlier. It looks to me like that was further contact with Varga, who's seemed to get very aggressive in these last couple of laps. Just went into the side of Pow and sent him straight off the road coming into Knickerbrook. So, unfortunate for those guys. They're not going to have an opportunity to get the points that they want today. But for Brian Borg, with 12 laps to go, he is in the box seat for maximum points and that golden ticket into the main game. Meanwhile, the battles continue around the circuit. Todd Parks right on the back here of Rick Sebra. And this is another one of those battles that's going to be defined by your rival making a mistake. You can use a lot of the curbs there, and there's a mistake from the number 6 of Rick Sebra that allows Parks alongside, but Sebra's going to have the inside just behind them. They've got Tyler Bowen, who gives him a hit and into the tyre barrier massively. Oh no, Bowen completes the move there on Parks, but it's going to be a very unhappy, incredibly unhappy driver there. My goodness, and another driver making a mistake there as well with, looks like that might be Dean Powell, who's getting himself back going again. Rick Sebra for Frog Leap Racing Team is going to be absolutely livid at that.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be very, very unhappy with that, and especially with how that's gone. But safety car has been deployed once again, so the theatre is going to get reset, and once again, Bradley Vaughan is going to have a lifeline.
He is indeed. So safety car will come out onto the circuit with, I think, Michael Korolev taking the wheel once again. My goodness, what an interesting race we've had so far. We've got Tyler Bowen there in the pits. Obviously deciding to use the safety car to take a little bit of damage repair and an extra set of tyres just to keep his car in good shape for the rest of the race. Dean Powell also making his way in and changing tyres, as making his way past him on track was Andrew Ritchie, who is still missing his rear wing and with a very heavily damaged machine, but it seems suspension-wise that's exactly what he's desiring still. And we saw Rick Sebra there disappearing off the circuit. He'd been given permission to tow by race control. So now it's just a case of the field forming up again behind the safety car, and we can get going with less than 10 laps to go.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very quick fire shootout to the checkered flag, and who knows what's going to happen. Brian Borg's controlled this race from pretty much the start onward. He hasn't let Bradley Vaughan get on by at all, and Vaughan's not really had anything for him either, but with only a handful of laps to go, once we go green, it's going to be certainly all on between those two, and who knows who else can possibly get involved in that little battle.
Yeah, the third and fourth of Barnett and McNamara will still be right with them. Troy Maguire having to defend massively from Ben Christensen in the last few laps. These guys are going to have another opportunity to stake their claim for a podium, maybe even a win if the leaders come together. That is the field as it stands at the moment. Top 10, Borg, Vaughan, Barnett, McNamara, Maguire, Christensen, Keane, Flock, Wallace and Taliancic, who's made his way back into the top 10. And all these drivers just running at a reduced pace as the pace car is now through the Shell Oil's hairpin. This is the view on board from Brian Borg. The Virtual Racing School safety car here, a feature of V8SCOPS that has really made a few appearances this season. It seems, Cam, that this series continues to really show how hardly fought it is with the amount of safety cars we have, drivers getting very aggressive with each other out there.
Yeah, we've certainly seen over the course of the season so far that a few drivers have got a little bit too aggressive in some races, and unfortunately the safety cars hadn't make a cameo appearance, and there's also been times where the odd occasion where an incident has happened and they've had to bring the safety car out due to a blown engine or something like that. So it's not exactly the best thing to see the safety car out there, but this is very much spicing the racing up, especially tonight where we're seeing 2 in 1 race.
Yeah, indeed. The safety car pulls away from the field. We'll be going green at the end of this lap, and we'll have 9 laps to go when the drivers cross the line. So Korolev scampers away, making his way back into the pits, and the field forming up behind Brian Borg. Now on the last restart, Borg went early on the run down to Lodge Corner. We'll see how long he decides to leave it to get going now. The pace car through the corner now and making its way back into the pits. I'm wondering if Borg's going to have someone in his ear telling him about when the safety car's in. So let's see then. He goes a bit early again on the run up to Lodge Corner, just where they get on the brakes, usually at racing speed, and we are away once again. Looking back at Bradley Vaughan, Vaughan's managed to stick with Borg really nicely on this restart. They have left Logan Barnett behind, and he is heading up a huge pack of cars.
Yeah, he certainly is. Heading up a huge pack of cars. Behind is Troy Maguire and Mick Murray as well, but the top two very, very clean getaway off the restart. A very, very nice restart from Brian Borg, and Bradley Vaughan has not let him get away at all. It's busy further back in the field, the likes of Tixio, a few others, Skillbeck as well in there, all trying to sort themselves out, trying to gain a few positions off this restart. But at the front, it's pretty much these two battling it out for the race lead, and you've even got Logan Barnett in there as well to try and spice things up.
Very aggressive brake application from Logan Barnett into the Britain's chicane. He's managed to round himself up, reel in Bradley Vaughan and Brian Borg. It is now a three-way fight for the lead, as looks like a hint of a move into the chicane from Reese Keane, but he backs out of it versus Ben Christensen. And Keane still right on the rear bumper of his fellow Mustang. Has to back out of it, though, as they get on the throttle behind Troy Maguire. And Maguire, you said he was the proverbial cork in the bottle before, Cam. Well, he definitely is now, because he's got all these guys jamming up behind him, wanting to get by. But to take nothing away from Maguire, he's driving this track perfectly. He knows exactly what needs to be done around here. And, a little hint of a move from Michael Taliancic, having a little look there at Justin Wallace for 9th position. As they come across the line to start lap 17, it is 0.3 seconds between Brian Borg and Bradley Vaughan at the front. This race could still go anywhere.
Yeah, so anybody's guess as to who's going to end up winning this. Bradley Vaughan just needs to get in the ever so slightly better run out of one of these corners that leads into a deep braking zone, and he'll find himself within striking distance to have a go at getting the move done. And that was very close to ending in tears there, just touching the grass on the way into the sweeper there. How he held on to that, I'm not entirely sure, but that could have been so much worse for him.
Indeed, virtual racing school replay of that one is all. There was an incident further back in the field. The Racecraft Simulations car of Sebastian Tixier getting sent right into the wall out of turn 1 and straight back into the pits. So he didn't ask race control for a tow there, which might result in a penalty, but all the same, that was nearly a whoops-a-daisy moment for Bradley Vaughan, and goes to show that run through the fast left-hander of Island Bend. It's got grass on either side, it's narrow, the track meanders a little bit, so you can get your line wrong if you don't plan it out right. So a little bit of oversteer there, but he's gotten himself back onto the rhythm very nicely. Turns in hard for Lodge Corner behind Brian Borg, and up the Deer Leap they go to start another lap to make it 7 to go here at Oulton Park. But what can Vaughan do at this point? You know, he's obviously driving the wheels off that thing, making those tiny little errors, keeping himself, though, within half a second of Brian Borg. What is available to him at this point, other than Borg making a mistake?
Yeah, that certainly is a very, very good question, and I don't think we can answer. Only Bradley Vaughan can really have an answer for that question, with the fact that he's the one behind the wheel and knowing exactly what this car is doing, where its strengths and weaknesses are. So it'll be fascinating to see what's going to happen. He just can't quite seem to get the run off the corner by the looks of it, but very, very strong under brakes. So he knows he needs to find somewhere that he can get the move done, but where is that move going to happen? Who knows?
Who knows for sure. Down into the Hislop chicane and then through Knickerbrook Corner. This hard right making their way onto the run up to Druids Corner. This is one of the places where the track really meanders. You go to the right, then to the left, and then right again. Bring it through to driver's left and keep it there for the double apex right-hander with some harsh curbs on the inside that you certainly don't want to touch.
Yeah, certainly a few curves you don't want to touch at all, or even go near, as a matter of fact, especially those large, bumpy and sharp ones that can cause issues, as Taliancic has a look up the inside, but not able to get that move done. So he's again going to have to sit station and behind Justin Wallace, who's continuing to hound the back of Sebastian Flock, who's just casually sitting there holding these guys up. Can't quite seem to catch up to the back of Reece Keane at the moment. He's not too far up the road, slightly slower as well as Flock compared to Keane, so I don't think he's going to catch in that group ahead anytime soon. But
mistake for Troy Maguire. Okay, that allows the car alongside of Ben Christensen, and there's contact. Borg's going to be sent into the barriers here. No grip on the grass. Off he goes, but he manages to keep it out of the wall. Rejoins in the hairpin, just ahead of the likes of, oh no, it's happened again. Tyler Blackburn with a little bit of rear contact and going to be side by side with Simon Chadwick as a result. Oh my goodness, poor Troy Maguire. One mistake and that's it, as it's still side by side between Chadwick and Blackburn, and they've got some very good company here. Steve Jenkins and Rob Crisdale. Jenkins hard on the brakes, nearly gets into the back of Blackburn as he gets together with Chadwick. They're all together through the chicane. What a mess, but ultimately coming out of it on top, Robert Crisdale gaining 2 positions there.
Yeah, very nice move by Crisdale to get ahead of it. Blackburn, very, very lucky for Chadwick not to have it go worse from there. Blackburn trying to get the move back up the inside, but going to be no dice there. And Jenkins not too far behind as well from getting the move done as well, possibly on Blackburn if he's not lucky enough.
Tyler Bowen, who might already have a couple of question marks over his head, just gets past Troy Maguire there. My goodness, he's trying his best to hold on. Tyler Bowen, it turns out, has been given a drive-through penalty for an earlier incident, so he's popping into the pits to get that one served. But goodness me, what a turn of events there for Troy Maguire. All the way down the field now as we check out the battle for the lead again. Brian Borg has dropped Bradley Vaughan. The gap's now at about 0.8 of a second, with Logan Barnett starting to pressure Vaughan for second.
Yeah, Barnett was only just under a tenth slower last time by compared to Vaughan, but he's suddenly had a really, really good increase in pace as Barnett, so he'll possibly start to apply a little bit more pressure to the back of Vaughan here and can possibly challenge him for second place. I think Vaughan's pretty much decided that he's not going to be able to catch up to Brian Borg, so he's going to want to try and secure second here, but let's be a little bit careful with Barnett not too far behind as well. It's Kokoschka and McKnight still scraping it out for that.
Yeah, this is for 10th place, final position in the top 10, and Kokoschka, remember, started down in 20th, and this has been a great run forward for both of these guys. Jamie McKnight actually started just a position ahead of him in 18th, so really mad props to these guys for sticking it out and avoiding the chaos. Right now, we've still got 28 cars running. Make that 29 with James Chastaneuf back out on track, but a very long way down, and still has to overtake cars that are in the pits with damage. Kokoschka starting to wield his sword a little more aggressively here versus Jamie McKnight, who's been a big help to the series and to SimSpeed as well, with his connections and his dedication to sim racing. Is up the inside of Cascades. That is Michael Schroeder making his way past Todd Parks, who gets a big helping of oversteer on the exit. Nearly opens himself up to an attack from his teammate Matthew Brunt, but then they got the 111 car of Stuart Crawford looking to join the party too. This is a 5-car train. They're joined by Vincent Skilbeck and Dean Powell.
Yeah, certainly all starting to get together are these guys, and they're really going to be fighting quite hard for these final few laps. Absolutely nothing in it between them all currently, nose to tail between them all, and everyone's guessed to who's going to end up where coming into this race, but still being Powell wanting to try and recover something after what happened earlier in the race. Taliancic still trying to set up the move on on the race on Oz car of Justin Wallace, just not quite able to do it at the moment.
Indeed not. There's nothing that Taliancic can do at the moment, but that battle between Rob Crisdale, Tyler Blackburn, Steve Jenkins and Stephen Varga is still ongoing. It's side by side between Blackburn and Jenkins on the run up to the final corner. Not too far ahead of them is Rob Crisdale, and Simon Chadwick starting to streak away from this battle. Holding the outside around Lodge was Tyler Blackburn, but could not get the power down, so Jenkins has the move for the time being at least. Big move from Stephen Varga behind, trying his best to get another position. Despite that big dollop of oversteer on the exit for Tyler Blackburn, cannot take advantage, and was that slight bit of rear-end contact for Steve Jenkins, getting sent a little bit offline, both of them struggling to get the power down at this point.
Yeah, not quite able to do it, but Jenkins going to hold on for the time being, but Blackburn and Varga looking very, very racy at the moment, all very deep into the hairpin, trying to gain a little bit on the car ahead, but all very, very equal at this point in time. Varga looking very, very quick as well, so he'll be trying to gain a few positions, while Crisdale will be just trying to do everything he can to hold on to the position here.
Well, Brian Borg obviously doing everything he can and everything he needs to do to hold on to that lead up at the front. Vaughan's brought the gap back down slightly, but it seems that it's staying stable at about 5 to 6/10 of a second. And only going to have 2 laps to go when they cross the line next, so Brian Borg's going to have a little bit more of an easy ride of it. Here is Steve Jenkins once again, right in the middle of this pack, trying to get past Rob Crisdale. These guys have reeled Simon Chadwick back in, and it is a chain of 5 cars making their way down the run here to the final corner for 12th position, no less. It doesn't matter where you are in a V8SCOPS field, you will have someone to battle with. The racing is just so close in this series.
Yeah, you certainly do, and it's because of it being so close, you're always going to be very, very busy and in a very, very heated battle all throughout the race. Like you see, it doesn't matter where you are, you're going to be constantly trying to have a battle with someone and try and work your way through the field, or possibly have to fight with someone, and it's going to be very, very tough to make up positions as well because of how close it is. So you really, really do test yourself and test how quick you really are, as Jenkins is nearly having his hands full. Varga's going to get up the inside of Blackburn. Blackburn's going to get shuffled out to the high side of the hairpin, and he might just be able to hold on a little bit of contact between himself and Varga, but Varga's going to hold on to that position.
He is, and that's a mistake for Rob Crisdale. He went a bit too deep into the Britain's chicane and goes all the way to the back of that pack. Will Troy Maguire be able to make his way past him? It's a bit too short of a run down to the next chicane.
Look out there! Brooks at the wall!
Whoa. Okay.
Oh, Brick Righto. On it as well.
Righto. Something big just happened here. Brian Borg off into the barriers. Bradley Vaughan off into the barriers as well. Vaughan tried to make the move on Brian Borg at the Druids double right-hander. So, goodness me, virtual racing school replay. Let's see how this went down. Looked like Borg had a slightly compromised exit out of Knickerbrook, and so Vaughan getting right onto him here, but you'll see when they come up to the double right-hander, this is where the contact happens, and Borg just sent straight off into the barriers. Vaughan goes off the circuit and ends up spinning himself around as the rear tyres catch the gravel, and that's a very dangerous spot for the car to be stopped. Fortunately, no one else was involved in that incident.
Yeah, very, very fortunate, but what this has done is created a completely unexpected result for the man on screen at the moment. If he can hold on to this, Logan Barnett's going to be on for a race win here, and based on what happened, we did say that if those two came together or something happened, he was going to be sitting there waiting, being that shark, just patiently waiting and ready to pounce. And well, look what has happened. He's going to be on his way to taking the race win, and McNamara and Christensen are going to be on for a podium as well.
Wow, it's a fantastic turn of events here for Logan Barnett, and he's a long enough a way ahead that he doesn't need to face off any pressure from drivers behind, but McNamara and Christensen are going to be fighting here for the last couple of spots on the podium. Logan Barnett, though, will stay with for now as he makes his way through to the final corner, kept it clean, didn't make any mistakes, and after topping practice, this is exactly the result that he'll want. Flashing the lights across the line, Logan Barnett coming home to take the Split 2 win in V8SCOPS here at Oulton Park, gets his ticket into the main game for the 2 remaining races tonight. McNamara holds off Christensen with Reese Keane and Sebastian Flock rounding out the top 5, and thanks to that incident between Brian Borg and Mr. Bradley Vaughan, means that Michael Taliancic ultimately making up 2 positions from where he started. Borg coming home in 8th after that, fortunately with no lasting damage, and Vaughan coming home all the way down in 19th. He lost so much time with that incident, and I think he'll be rueing that mistake. Not ruining anything, though, is Logan Barnett, as Borg just made his way by him, and Borg would be thinking, that could have been me. Goodness, what a way to start off the night of racing here at Oulton Park. Relieving a big trail of smoke there is Logan Barnett as he celebrates his victory, which he takes from Sean McNamara by 3.2 seconds, and Ben Christensen, Reese Keane and Sebastian Flock rounding out the top 5, with Taliancic, Wallace, Borg, McKnight and Kokoschka rounding out the top 10.
Then you go over the page and you have Simon Chadwick just outside the top 10, Steve Jenkins and Stephen Varga 12th and 13th, with Tyler Blackburn and Troy McGrath to round out the top 15. Robert Crisdale, Michael Schroeder, Matthew Brunt, Bradley Vaughan and Stuart Crawford round out the top 20.
21st was Todd Parks at the end of it. Dean Powell making up 6 positions to finish 22nd. 8 position gain for Brenton Nitschke there, with Vincent Skilbeck falling down the order a bit, as well as Tyler Bowen and Andrew Ritchie. Jordan Gallagher comes home in 27th position after starting last, and he is the last car to finish on the lead lap, and we've got quite a few casualties from this one. Christopher Ireland coming home a lap down, Sebastian Tixier pulling off the circuit and retiring, with Rick Sebra rounding out the classified top 30, 9 laps down. Sebra, of course, finding the tyre barrier at the Hislop chicane. Christian Smart and James Chastaneuf also not having a great time. Shasty was able to get back out onto the circuit, but he is 16 laps down from the leader. Aaron Borg and Hayden Harrison, along with Benjamin Smith, rounding out our field. All 3 of those guys retiring very early on in that chaos on lap 1. Well then, as the drivers bring their cars into the pits, we're going to take a little bit of a reset and come back very shortly for Split 1 action here at Oulton Park. Round 8 of the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS for 2021. Who's going to take the spoils of victory in the double 100k race tonight? Let's find out very soon.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums. Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Haller, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today.
Welcome back here on SimSpeed TV for another night of tense V8SCOPS action. Thanks very much to Virtual Racing School and Too Easy Finance for supporting this magnificent series, one of the highest level competitions in Australia and New Zealand for the Australian touring car on the iRacing service. And, well, I think what we can take away from that Split 2 race is Split 1 will likely be just as chaotic, but we do know that the battle for the lead is going to be just as intense. I'm Reese Gardner and Cam Dance alongside me once again. Cam, what a race we just had in Split 2. The lead battle coming down to the second last lap, and ultimately the two leaders coming together, which allowed third place through to take the victory. I really think that tonight's racing is just going to keep getting just as intense.
Yeah, it was certainly very, very crazy and an unexpected result that I don't think anyone really saw coming, especially with the way that it was looking early on and for the majority of the race. But in the end, it was what it was, and I think that's one of the things about this track is it's just so unpredictable, and the racing that it provides and the sort of racing to expect from here as well.
Indeed. Well, before we get into our Split 1 action, we should probably think about how the championship standings stack up, because in V8SCOPS you've got you've got drop rounds. Unfortunately, we can't show them to you on screen, but it's very close between Richard Hampstead and Madison Down, with one drop round applied. Really looking forward to seeing how the championship will stack up later on in the season. Madison Down on 2,506 points, with Richard Hampstead on 2,473 points. The championship standings are very close there up the top, with Brady Myers for Altus Esports getting there into third, with Josh Anderson and Jake Maloney making it 4 Trans-Tasman cars in the top 5. So Trans-Tasman still the team to beat, but Altus are really taking it to them.
Yeah, they've certainly come on strong very, very recently, have Altus Esports, with the fact that they've had the likes of Caruso and Webster and a few others joining the likes of Madison Down, and they're at the front of the field, really taking to that Trans-Tasman Racing squad, who have come out really, really strong recently and had a lot of form in the recent year or so. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen tonight, whether they can take it to them once again.
Madison Down running the red banner on the top of his windshield. That denotes the championship leader. And Madison Down, having taken the title in magnificent fashion last year, taking his second V8SCOPS championship and going for a third now. Richard Hampstead led the championship through the first 7 rounds, having taken victory in the opening round of the season, the Montreal 250. But Madison Down now leapfrogging him thanks to some great performances at Donington Park last round. Richard Hampstead, though, still out there and still plugging away, trying to push his Trans-Tasman teammate for that lead.
Yeah, and both very, very experienced, very, very quick drivers as well. Hampstead and Madison, very, very good friends off the track as well over the past number of years they've been racing. So there's a lot of camaraderie, but also a lot of very, very heated on-track rivalry, because once they get on track, they know that they put the differences aside and get on with the job. So there's certainly a lot of rivalry between those two on the track, and there's going to be no team orders whatsoever between those two throughout the season. But the Austin Sports pairing of Webster and Caruso. What can they do tonight? Are they going to be able to continue their streak of putting it towards Trans-Tasman Racing, or are they going to have another night where it possibly might come unstuck for them?
Yeah, that is the big question. Altus Esports really came into their own a couple of rounds ago at Road Atlanta. They were able to take victory in both races that night on a bit of an off day for Trans-Tasman Racing. So Caruso, Myers and Cooper Webster, they're all going to be keeping themselves nicely in the fold, as it looks like Myers there off the track. And Brady Myers, I will correct myself from earlier, is a Trans-Tasman Racing driver. That's a bit of an embarrassing mistake to make. So Trans-Tasman cars all in the top 5 in the championship, but that's going to take nothing away from the Altus Esports drivers there. They got James Scott as their fastest, was their highest up the championship standings driver in 6th place. And unfortunately, Cooper Webster and Jordan Caruso just have not been able to get the consistent big points hauls. They are currently mired down in 11th and 14th place in the championship standings. But again, that takes away nothing from their pace on track. And with these morning conditions, the track starting out cool and gradually getting hotter, thinking that maybe this is going to fit the Altus Esports bill, because they seem to have their cars set up to be really strong at the beginning of races when the tyres are still cool.
Yeah, it certainly might pay dividends to the Altus Esports crew, having it be slightly cooler race 1. Track's only 21 degrees as well, so it's not overly hot, and it's going to mean that it's going to make tyre life a little bit easier to manage, but also mean that the cooler conditions are going to offer up a lot more grip and a lot more easy driving towards these cars as well. So it'll be fascinating to see what's going to happen, but still there's a lot to go ahead, or a lot to happen just up the road, and what's going to happen, who knows.
Indeed, but one thing we can be sure of is the race length. It's 24 laps once again, and it will be in race 2. No required pit stops for this one, so the drivers that are really good on race strategy won't have that to fall back on. And of course, it's a high chance of safety cars. We saw 2 in the split 2 race, so any chance of at least one safety car tonight in split 1. Currently in the practice session, James Scott has put his Altus Esports Commodore up there on the top position. Andrew Gilliam for Pursuit Sim Racing in P2. Let's refresh ourselves then on Oulton Park in the northwest of England, in the middle of the forests and the meadows. And this track, we mentioned up at the top of the broadcast, it's very hard for passing. There's some pretty heavy braking zones around this place, but with the combination of sweeping turns and very big elevation changes, plus the narrowness of this track, it means that it's very hard to get alongside and make up a position.
Yeah, it certainly is very, very difficult. With the fact that the way the track is, it makes it a little bit difficult to pass, and also puts a lot of emphasis on qualifying as well, to make sure you put yourself in a very, very good position to not have to worry about defending too much or overtaking too much as well, and using up your tyres too early. So if you can put yourself on that front row or near the front of the field, you're going to be much better off than, say, if you were to end up in the lower end of the top 10 or further back.
Indeed. If you're starting outside the top 10, barring an incident within the top 10, it's going to be very hard to make up those positions. So here are the times as they stand. Madison Down putting it into P2 while we were checking out the track there. 18 thousandths of a second behind James Scott, who's really started to ramp up the pressure once again after a tiny little dip in form over the first quarter of the season. So let's see what he can do. Jordan Caruso getting into P5 with Anderson and Webster completing the top 7 there, and Jake Burton in 8th in the privateer Brad Jones Racing entry. Stenberg and Maloney, Trans-Tasman duo, rounding out the top 10. And Kurt Stenberg has really started to come on strong in this middle phase of the season. Had a great result at Donington Park, and has already said on social media that he's so glad that this track has finally made its overdue V8SCOPS debut, because he loves this place, and it shows there in 9th.
Yeah, certainly does show that he's got some very, very good pace. He's had a recent return to pace as well, and he's been very, very happy about the fact that he's had that return of pace as well. One of the veterans of this series as well, mind you. So he's one of the older guys that is out there currently, but certainly that return of pace is very much aiding it in his challenge towards that title.
Indeed. Here is Logan Barnett, our Split 2 winner, making his top split debut thanks to that sensational win he took just a few minutes ago. So let's see how well he can do in this field of main game drivers. Also making his top split debut is Blake Warboys, getting in on pace alone, which is fantastic there for the number 63, and in one of the most eye-catching cars out there on the circuit. I always did like the combination of neon green and black. I remember myself and our director Jay Kennedy, when we were teammates, we used to drive cars in those colours, so a little bit of a nostalgic bump for me.
Yeah, you certainly can't miss those sort of colours, whether it's highlighter green or highlighter yellow, or those sort of very, very out there and bright colours that just stand out. I don't think you're going to miss that car at all, and if you do, well, there's something wrong. You might need to go to Specsavers. But nevertheless, it's very, very out there livery and very, very cool to see it out there, and we'll see what Warboys can do tonight in his top split debut. But with only a few minutes left on the clock, it's going to start to see what everybody's pace is really like. James Scott's for himself at the top of the timesheet as well, with a very nice lap time. Not too far ahead of Madison Down, but it's very, very close, nevertheless.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I went to Specsavers just a few weeks ago to get myself some new glasses, but I might have to go back there again, considering that I mistakenly called Brady Myers an Altus Esports driver. I want to extend my formal apologies to both teams for that. We all make mistakes. It's just, sometimes there is the old Gardner gaffe on a SimSpeed broadcast. I've certainly gotten plenty of those under my belt, but James Scott out here on track, making his way sedately on the run down to the Shell Oils hairpin. This is an outlap for him, trying to get one more hot lap in before the end of the session, just to see where he stands in terms of qualifying pace. If he can get a tenth or so clear of Madison Down, I think that will be a reasonably safe margin to be in. But it's looking like a pretty mixed up top 10 with Scott along with Caruso and Webster making the three Altus Esports cars in the top 10. Down Hampstead, Warren, Anderson, all Trans-Tasman, with Andrew Gilliam taking up the flag for Pursuit Sim Racing once again, putting his car right up the top. And I think that this season has been probably the most all-round competitive of V8SCOPS so far. This championship's been around since 2014, and we've certainly had exciting racing all the way through all of those years. But there's been a few periods that have been marked by one driver's dominance at the front. That's not really the case anymore.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's been a very, very big change, and one that I think everybody has enjoyed seeing, with the fact that it's no longer just one driver or I guess one team dominating the series. Currently you've got a mix of different drivers who week in and week out all have a very, very good chance of being up the front and possibly taking wins. I mean, at the moment you've got it pretty much 3 or 4 teams all very, very viable for race wins. You've got Trans-Tasman Racing, Logitech Altus Esports, and then you've also got the likes of Pursuit Sim Racing in there as well, and even United Sim Sports, I guess you could say, being up and amongst the mix with Kyle George and a few others. So it's anybody's guess as to who's going to end up being where coming into the season. And with Enduro's not too far around the corner, we could see the order shuffled up even more with different pairings and everything.
Yeah, Enduros are only a round away once this night of racing concludes. We go to Belle Isle, the street circuit, next week for the next round, and then we get into our endurance races, the Bathurst 1000 and 2 500-kilometre Enduros as well, to round out the Enduro season, which always turns it up. We always have surprises in those races, and the pairings coming together, not only do you get a sense of how well a team gels together, but how well its drivers work with each other. You can catch the Detroit Grand Prix at Belle Isle round of V8SCOPS next week on the 25th of July at 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Time. I'm looking forward to that just as much as you are, as James Scott brings it into the lane here at almost the conclusion of the practice session. We've got a 35-minute qualifying coming up, and I would suspect that that is for the reasons of two split groups. The first 15 minutes will go for positions 20 to 40 in pre-qualifying. They'll all go out and set their laps. Then we've got a 5-minute break, and then positions 20 to 1 in pre-qualifying will go out and set their times as well. And we've had this format a couple of times throughout the season. One thing that it really shows is it can throw up some surprises, Cam, because there'll be a driver that gets an excellent lap in the first phase with the lower half of the field, and then you might see the top drivers struggle to really beat that time. So we can see a couple of drivers pretty out of position.
Yeah, we certainly can. And what it also means is that those who did qualify well in pre-qualifying are also going to have a little bit more work with the fact that due to the dynamic track and weather going on, it might spice it up a little bit with the fact that they're going to be on a slightly different track state, whether it be warmer or more rubber or slightly more wind or something like that, which really does mean they have to work a little bit harder just to extract the lap time out of the car compared to those who went before and might have it a little bit easier. And depending on what's going to happen, I mean, it's not too hot in this race and qualifying this time, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. But we saw it Watkins, where for Group 1 it was reasonably cold for the first group compared to what Group 2 was. So the track went up like 4 or 5 degrees for Group 2, so they had to work really, really hard to extract the lap time and get themselves towards the pointing end of the field, and it really shook the order up quite a bit. But nevertheless, it's going to be interesting to see what happens and who ends up where.
Well, the track temperature is at 21 degrees at the start of this session. We're racing at about 8 o'clock in the morning in sim time, and a couple of drivers have raised that because according to the pre-event notes, the split one race one was supposed to start at 12 p.m. in sim time, so probably a bit different conditions than the drivers were expecting. They'll have to be making a few adjustments to their setups, I believe, to compensate for that. The track temperature, of course, really heavily affects how these cars race, what kind of times you can get out of them, and the like. But everyone just sitting in the pit lane for the time being as the last 30 seconds begin of the practice session. Still got plenty of drivers out there on track. Our P1 man, James Scott, still going for a very quick time here. And just behind him, got the Trans-Tasman driver, Madison Down, championship leader. Both of these guys out there, they know that they're in the top 2 positions and they can continue to capitalize through the qualifying session. They are, however, going to have to wait quite a bit to actually get their laps in, thanks to the split qualifying format. Damien Johnstone runs a PB there, 1 minute 33.302, and Johnstone for 28th position there. Those are the kinds of times that we saw the quickest drivers setting in the split 2 race just beforehand. So this extra low track temperature really bringing out the pace. 32.2, the quickest of the practice times from James Scott. But here we go. We're going to begin now this first phase of qualifying. Leading the way out of the pit lane is the driver of Cooper Webster for Altus Esports. So for the next 15 minutes, all the drivers will be out there, and once again, the no escape rule is in effect. So with 15 minutes and a lap time of about 1.5 minutes, drivers will likely only get a few runs in of 2 laps each.
Yeah, so it's going to be very, very quick fire. You're going to want to make sure you don't make too many mistakes as well, with the fact that you've only got limited laps. Remembering they've got to get 2 qualifying laps in as well to make sure they set a time for the grid of race 2 as well. So they're not going to want to lollygag around and just wait for as long as they can or make any mistakes. So if they can get 2 times on the board, then that'll be pretty much set them up for both races. But it's going to be all about making sure you can put down 2 very, very quick ones.
The entire field, the entire half of the field, I should say, out there on track at the moment. Everyone just coasting their way around, trying to get some space between themselves and the driver in front. Cooper Webster driving very sedately around the circuit at the moment, as we see a couple of swaps there between the Synergy cars. Just slowing all the way down there, the Synergy SimRacing Mustang. We're about then to start the run here, the first round of qualifying times to come in. Cooper Webster would have been out of position in pre-qualifying, considering he's running in this lower half of the field session in qualifying. But let's see how it goes for him across the line to start a lap here at Oulton Park. And you can really get your eye on for turn one. Try not to take too much grass on the entry or on the exit, otherwise you'll get an off track out there. There's very restrictive track limits here at Oulton Park, as Bailey Frid has also started one of his first lap times here for Pursuit Sim Racing in the number 5. Loving the way this circuit dips and dives and goes into that beautiful banked hairpin down at Shell Oil's corner. But Cam, this is the part of the lap where things really start to get serious through these chicanes and over the big curbs.
Yeah, it certainly does, and you can make up a lot of time, but also lose a lot of time if you don't hit your marks and get your throttle percentage down exactly where you need it. So you've got to make sure that you hit your marks, brake it is pretty much where you need to, and then get on the throttle as early as you can without spinning up those rears, which, as we've said, is very, very easy to do. And it's looking like it's been a very, very clean and tidy lap so far for Bailey Frid as he comes on through Watertown down towards Druids Corner, coming through the double right. And again, nice clean run, nothing too obvious that's showing it could be a bad lap, but we'll see what the lap time is going to be like as he comes down towards Lodge Corner, down the dip and down towards the Deer Leap, up and over the rise, comes across the line, and it's going to end up being a 1 minute 33.637.
It's going to be a 32.5 for Cooper Webster's first time. Goes straight to the top there as the times start to file in. Andrew Dyson to P2, then Linsell and Hins up to 3rd and 4th. Getting into 3rd is Geordie Sinney. Corey McFarlane with a great job there to get into 2nd, but he's pipped by Job Stewart. Rudd and Latter go into 7th and 8th. And there's been some problems out there on track for Troy Cox. He had a bit of an off at the chicane a couple of minutes back, and he's managed to get it back going, but that's going to be his first run ruined. Brett Loxton in the 209 for the Ventra cars. 33.061. That's good enough for P4 so far. Good stuff there from Brett. The Zuvacorn still alive and well, with the Zuva hosting company merged into Ventra IP a couple of rounds ago, resulting in a livery change for those cars, and they look pretty mint.
Yeah, they certainly stand out very, very much with their bright pink and metallic pink as well. I must admit, it is a very, very nice livery, and one that does stand out there on track. Thomas Hins currently sitting P12 in the audio, trying to improve on that, as well as Geordie Sini, who sits currently P6, not too far behind Andrew Dyson. Some very, very quick times being laid down at the moment. Emily Jones currently classified 16th. Not a great first lap. I'd say there's been a mistake there with the fact that it was a 38.2, so not a great first out lap there for Emily Jones, but we'll see what she can do. Had a very, very good result at Watkins Glen, so we're hoping to try and bounce off that as well.
Indeed she will. Emily Jones is one of those drivers that burst onto the scene, and certainly has a lot of skill under her belt. The 033 at the moment we focus on, and 033 obviously there of Damien Johnstone down in 28th position, and he hasn't set a lap time yet in this session. We've still got plenty of drivers yet to really set their times. Got a few down the order that haven't come out yet, but 16 drivers so far have set times out of the 37, I believe we have in this session at the moment. So across the line, Johnstone's going to come and start off another lap. Hasn't been much of a change here up at the top of the field. It's a little bit of a lull before the next session comes in. Riding on board with Johnstone past Lakeside and then into Island Bend. This is where Bradley Vaughan made a mistake in split 2. got to really swing it out wide and then bring it back in for the braking zone for the hairpin. Johnstone's overshot it though, losing some momentum there, not able to keep it on the inside of the corner where all the grip is. So this lap's probably not going to work out too well for Damien. He just needs to get it back round to the line and set a banker. That's what you need.
Yeah, that's all he needs at this point, with the fact that the time is ticking down reasonably quickly and he is going to run out of time if he's not too quickly. So he needs to get this lap in to at least have one on the board for at least this race, rather than having to worry about starting off the back of both races. So we'll see what he can do and whether he's going to have at least some sort of representative lap time on the board in his first flying lap. Well, it'll be his third lap at least, but his first flying and completed a clean lap comes down towards the final corner to finish the lap off, and it's looking like this lap is going to at least count towards being on the table. He's going to come over the crest and across the line to set a 1 minute 33.431.
That's good enough for 14th at the moment. Troy Cox also struggling to get a lap in the first phase of the session. He sets a 33.128. That's a pretty good time there for Troy Cox, but actually doesn't look like it's counted. He's obviously gotten an off track somewhere along the way on that one. If that had counted, that would have probably set him round about, I'd say, 7th, 6th position, something like that. So he'll have to get his wheels back on the wagon pretty quickly. Most drivers, though, are back out onto the circuit for their second runs. Corey McFarlane for Drop Bear Motorsport, P3 in the session so far, with a very strong time to start things off. 1 minute 32.985 is the time that he's on at the moment. And the Drop Bear Motorsport drivers have been making more and more appearances recently, further and further up the top of the field. We've had drivers like Daniel Yeaman of that team making an appearance in the V8SCOPS supports category that we run on Friday nights. And Drop Bear, it seems, have got a good group of drivers together here, and they're certainly strutting their stuff out there.
Yeah, certainly a very good number of drivers behind the likes of Cal Hyde, McFarlane and Yeaman, all very, very competitive and very, very good drivers. McFarlane crosses the line at 33 flat, so no improvement there from him, but McFarlane, a very, very quick driver, very, very underrated, I'd say, at this point, and one that probably a lot of people need to look out for in the future with his pace that he's got. So it'll be fascinating to see how he goes tonight and what he can possibly show in terms of pace. Loxton coming through the final quarter to set up a lap here after not setting a valid lap last time by. We'll see what he can do on his flying lap when he starts it this time around. Currently sitting P6 in the order. We'll want to try and improve on that, but nevertheless, he's going to be on his way and trying to see if he can move up the order.
Yeah, Loxton currently P6 in the session at the moment, and he's got a little bit of work to do to try and get himself a bit further up to the front. He's got about 0.5 of a second ahead to Cooper Webster, and Webster, I would expect, will improve on that time in due course as we're now in the final 5 minutes of this first part of qualifying. Job Stewart, second at the moment on a 32.756. A very strong performance there from the pursuit driver. Job is another one of those individuals, along with Andrew Gilliam and Bailey Frid, that have really been able to step it up this year in Scops, but unfortunately that entry into the final corner did not look optimal, so he is going to bring it back into the pits and hopefully try and go again in the dying minutes.
Yeah, we certainly want to try and get back out there and get another lap under his belt to see if he can improve. A lot of people diving into the lane as well to try and get one last run on brand new tyres done in the dying minutes of this qualifying group here. So it'll be interesting to see how much this order is going to be shaken up after everybody's come back out. Emily Jones currently going for another flying lap. Sits P5 in the order with a very, very nice time of a 33.008. So not too far off. Corey McFarlane not too far off from making an improvement. It looked like it was a possible off track there, but we're still pressing on with the lap, and we'll see what lap time is going to be here.
Yep, taking a reasonably wide entry into the Shell Oils hairpin. Keeps it tight and gets the power down beautifully on board with Emily. We can check out her steering inputs here. And, oh, yeah, really struggling to keep the rear end straight under braking. This is one of those tracks where I would presume you need to run the brake bias a bit further to the rear, because you've got so many tight turns here that really depend on the rear end having a little bit of freedom, and just, tap the brakes into corners like Knickerbrook that she just went through. Allow the car to pivot around, and you can line it up, keep that straight line exit for these flat out blasts. Try your best to keep it stable on the exit of Druids here, because there's a rise just where the curb starts that can unsettle you, and you see it dips down there as you go along the curb. So Jones towards the end of the lap now. See what kind of time she can set. 33.0 is what she wants to beat, and she does. It's a 32.971, and that pips her up to P4, beating Corey McFarlane.
Yeah, it's not a lot of an improvement over McFarlane, but it's enough to put herself P4. So very good improvement, and she'll be happy with that. Possibly going to try and do it even quicker, but Dylan Rudd comes into the lane, not happy with his previous lap. I'd say he's probably not quite going to be able to get another lap. And coming across the line, John Stone sets a 53, so that's not going to be a representative lap time there that time around. He'll go round again to try and set a competitive lap time. Stewart coming through the Shell Oils hairpin on a flying lap here, and it's looking like it's very much a flying lap. The fact he's got that thing well and truly hustled and wringing the living heck out of that thing, trying to extract the lap time. It's looking like it might be an improvement, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed. Let's see how well he can do through the Hislops chicane and into Knickerbrook Corner, which has an interesting story behind its name that I'll detail in between races. If you go back and check our Friday night racing, also related the story of how that corner got its name. Job Stewart then into Druids. The front end sort of struggling a bit to play ball into that section of the circuit. Such high speed, you're really hustling these 1.5 ton machines around. But into the final corner he comes. Job Stewart then. Will he be able to set a representative lap time here? It's a 32.6 there for Job Stewart. What a fantastic time. He is still remaining in second place there, but that is a great improvement, which will certainly help him when the second group comes out. Kenneth Latter goes for the pits. He's done for the session. Can Cooper Webster improve on his current P1 time? 32.5 is what he needs to beat. It's a 32.456. 461 it shows up as on the timing on my end. Looks like that's what Cooper needed there to secure that position, but will he be happy with such a small improvement?
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's going to be happy with that. It should be enough in theory, but we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen as to whether or not it's going to be enough to put himself near the front of the field once the second group comes on out. But we'll have to wait and see. Mulqueen coming down towards the line. We'll see what his time is going to be at 57. That's not going to be a representative lap time, so he's going to have his session finished, and he's going to end up just ahead of Logan Barnett in 17th currently.
Yeah, Logan Barnett is not on track at the moment. He's well and truly out as number 41 of Andrew Dyson brings it into the pits, and that's got to be one of the last cars out on track. We've still got the number 35 there of Job Stewart and Bailey Fridd out there on track, along with the Zuva machine of Brett Loxton. Can he improve on his current P7? These are the last couple drivers on a hot lap. Let's see then what Brett Loxton can do. Down into the chicane, turns it in a bit early, avoid the tyre barriers. They can cause havoc with your car if you even just glance off them on the inside of the corners and taking a little bit of grass on the exit of the corner. Let's hope that that doesn't unsettle this lap too much. Down then into Druids once again, using a little bit more curb than a lot of drivers do, and he might have run just a bit wide at the second apex. He's got the 269 there of Kenneth Latter just up ahead of him, and it looks like Loxton's abandoned this one, not happy with that lap. So P7 in the first half of qualifying is what it's going to be for Brett, and we'll see how far he falls down the order when the second group comes out. So this is how they stand at the moment. Webster by 2/10 over Job Stewart, with Dyson, Jones and McFarlane rounding out the top 5. We got Geordie Sinney in the Mustang in 6th, along with Mr. Loxton, Sean Linsell, Blake Warboys and Bailey Frid rounding out the top 10 so far.
Yeah, and then you can have Troy Cox, Kenneth Latter, Rick Kurtinoff, and then Dylan Rudd, Thomas Hins, Damian Johnstone, Dan Mulqueen, and Logan Barnett to round out that group.
It does seem that it's difficult to extract any extra pace out of your car on your second or third laps. Remember, each driver has had to set 2 representative lap times, because the times in this session set the grid for both race 1 and race 2. We've got the safety car out there just in the bay waiting to go around for a sighting lap. Michael Korolev's still at the wheel, and he got some track time in the first race of the night in Super Split 2. Now he's just going to make his way out there and see if the track is up to the standards of race control, making sure that everyone is back in the pits, no one's dawdling out there on the circuit, or if anyone needs a tow. I'd expect that they won't face any of those kinds of issues out there. It's just going to be a nice Sunday drive for Mr. Korolev.
Just a nice cruise around the English countryside, I guess you could say, for Mike in that nice little Porsche.
Yeah, the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 is the car model that we use for the safety car here in V8SCOPS. Used to be a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, but the Cayman, I love how its profile contrasts with the Australian touring cars we see in this series, and it certainly looks spick and span with that slightly glossy finish on it with the Virtual Racing School livery. And of course, it's not a racing lap here for Korolev. He's just keeping to the middle of the road. A nice tour around the circuit, really traveling at highway speeds, really, about 113 kilometers an hour down those straight line sections.
Yeah, certainly by no means racing speeds in that GT4 machines, but at least giving it a little bit of a run at the moment to try and see what's going on around the track, and also see if anybody else needs any assistance. Also not a bad way to plug the sponsors as well.
Absolutely. And he's just made his way through Knickerbrook Corner, which I was going to say I'll relate the story of how it got its name. It's steeped in legend, and it's one of those things where you're not quite sure if it's true or not, but it's still a good story. Apparently, workers were doing some blasting around the area of that corner when they were extending the circuit, and one of the blasts scared a young couple out of the bushes by the brook, and the workers ended up finding a pair of ladies' undergarments in the brook. And so when they were looking for a name for the corner, the organisers of the circuit thought Knickerbrook. It's a pretty good name for a corner on a racetrack. Make of it what you will, the truth value of that story, but certainly entertaining and adds to the history of this circuit. But here we go. Second phase of qualifying now underway as Korolev brings the pace car into the pits. Leading the way out of the lane is Corey Preston for the Exto Gaming team, and everyone else making their way back out there. But one of the Trans-Tasman Mustangs there, I think that might be Troy Cox, staying in the pits. But now everyone's going to be making their way around, and Corey Preston is certainly giving it a bit of stick out there on the outlap. He's not going around quite as sedately as we saw Cooper Webster doing.
Yeah, everybody getting right out there and trying to get into the flying lap as quickly as they possibly can. I think everybody's seeing that the track is actually starting to increase in a little bit of temperature, and also the fact that there has been a little bit of cloud come over it as well. So the track's going to drop on a little bit of temperature, not by much, but probably just enough to present some very, very quick lap times if they can all get around as quickly as possible.
It looks like a little bit of fog descending around the circuit. It's going to increase the humidity of the air. Relative humidity of 75% out there. So very moist out there at Oulton Park at the moment, but the track is still at 21 degrees, which means we should be seeing roughly the same lap times being set, or the same kind of lap times being set as we saw in the first phase of qualifying. Not much sun out there on the circuit either, so not much UV heating the racing line up. So Corey Preston is going to bring it round here to start his first lap. Corey Preston, a very embattled driver in V8 SCOPS. Yeah, he's one of those drivers where you can tell he's got what it takes to get great results, but gets embroiled in incidents from time to time that really hurt his consistency. So this is going to be an important qualifying session for Corey. He'll be hoping that he can get 2 really good lap times down, and considering how clean he's keeping it so far, I'd say that he's on his way to doing that.
Yeah, certainly we're hoping to try and have a much cleaner round this time out than before. Hopefully no major incidents for him, but nevertheless we'll wait and see what's going to happen in this round. Looking like it's been a pretty good lap so far to start this qualifying session off, but we'll wait and see what happens.
Will indeed. Preston actually ran a little bit wide through the Shell Oil's hairpin, so that might have cost him a few tenths down the line, which he can certainly get back as the sun comes out onto the circuit. Up the rise he goes towards the water tower corner. You've got to be careful of the curb there on the left-hand side, because it's pretty brutal. It can very easily unsettle you. Preston's got following behind him Josh Anderson for Trans-Tasman Racing, so we're going to get a stream of lap times coming in just a few seconds. Corey Preston out of the final turn here over the Deer Leap. Let's see what time he can set. 1 minute 33.2 is what he's got at the moment. Richard Hamstead coming around as well. Anderson sets a 32.5. Gilliam sets a 32.5. 32.7 for Lee Ellis. And Richard Hamstead, well, he gets himself up to the top, but he's pipped by Madison Down, who sets a 32.27.
Very nice lap time from the reigning champion and the current championship leader,
Caruso.
as well as Caruso comes out of nowhere to put it on pole for the moment. Hampstead P3 as well, so Caruso with a very, very nice lap time there.
Absolutely. Caruso coming out of the gate there as Madison is going for a second lap here. The championship leader sensing, being told that, well, Jordan Caruso's gone 600ths faster than you, Madison. About 500ths, really. Do you think you can take that? And Madison goes, yeah, I'm one of the most experienced drivers in the AusNZ sim community. I am a 10-time champion of the iRacing official V8 series. I can certainly do this, but not if I have one of my teammates in the way. He's obviously flashing the lights there versus Richard Hamstead and trying to get him out of the way, but Hammer picking up the pace, and away he's going to go, making his way into the pits. If nothing else, Madison's going to be getting an ever so slight draft off the back of his teammate, which will certainly help him if he wants to get this time on the board. Down into the final corner he comes, and it should be an improvement, we're hearing, if Madison can nail this last corner. He goes through the Deer Leap, and oh no, he's going for the pit lane. That's a shame. Would have liked to see how quickly he would have gone on that second lap, but evidently it wasn't up to his standards. Brenton Hobson, Hobbo 88, coming across the line, 33.067. That's a slight improvement for him, but unfortunately it doesn't result in a position gain for him. He's still 16th there behind Kyle George.
So not quite what he will have hoped for, to make no position gains, but at least some time gain there. So there's still a little bit more on the table there for him to possibly find. We'll see what Brady Myers can do, though, coming through the final corner. Yet set a lap time. James Scott as well coming to the line to set a lap time, as well as a few others. Scott, no representative lap time that time by, so not going to be setting a time on the board that time, but Jack Green coming through turns 4 and down towards 5, currently looking to try and improve on a not representative lap time of a 48, and hasn't set a lap time at all so far, so we'll be trying to make sure this lap's a clean one.
Yeah, Burton's down in 37th in the order at the moment, due to not setting a time so far. And he's waited until roughly the middle of the session to come out and start doing it. Just, waiting to see if drivers around him are setting the times that he's expecting. And then he has a yardstick. He has something to beat. And Burton keeping it clean on the exit of Knickerbrook there. Very good to watch. On board is Jake Burton, very fast driver, competing in the Supercars E-Series as well as racing karts in real life. Let's see how well he goes into the final couple of corners here at Oulton Park. Oh, just touching the grass on the entry, but keeping the rear end stable, not running too far over the grass. You do have to run a lot of camber on these cars. Jake Burton sets a 32.784, which is going to be good enough for P9 so far. That's a good opening campaign there from Burton, but he'll be hoping to go faster. James Scott encountering some traffic here at the end of this lap. Let's see if it turns into a good time for him. A 32.307, good enough for P3. So that is going to make it 3 Altus Esports cars in the top 5, along with Cooper Webster there in 5th.
Yeah, very, very nice lap time from James Scott himself, P3, and on the second row of the grid. So at the moment, it's a Altus car, Trans-Tasman car, Altus car, Trans-Tasman car, Altus car, and then Trans-Tasman car. So you literally can't split the two teams at all any better than that with the top 5 at the moment. Kyle George, though, wanting to try and improve on his time here and also get some nice representative lap times down on the board as well. We'll see what he can do. Currently sitting P19 in the order, and looks like he's got a nice lap going. He's got Jack Boyd up ahead of him for company as well, so we'll be hoping to try and not get held up too much here.
Indeed, it looks like that's Corey Preston just over by the side of the circuit, just letting drivers go on their hot laps. These drivers all out in a group, which can certainly be distracting. George going a bit beyond the curve there. I'm wondering if that might have been an off track. We'll have to wait and see if this time turns into anything towards the end of the lap, but just soaring away at the wheel, trying to get the front end to cooperate through those fast corners. Andrew Gilliam currently 9th, but he sets a 32.309. Good time there, back up to P4, so his session is back on track as well. Andrew Gilliam, of course, running incredibly well in practice, getting up into the top 3, so this is a good improvement for him as we have drivers coming into the pits, ready to start their final runs. Jake Maloney for Trans-Tasman Racing. He was 10th in practice. Let's see if he can improve here on his first representative lap time of the night. 1 minute 50 is the out lap time that he set, and he's not going to go for a lap again this time. That's going to be difficult to deal with. He's going to have to wait until the dying minutes of the session to set a time, and then if he can't pull it together, then that's going to be his night off to a bad start. But Jordan Caruso 32.3, and that's not going to be an improvement on his current fastest time of the session. He does remain in provisional low. There should be pole for race 2 with a time like that.
Yes, so going to be very, very happy if he can have 2 pole positions tonight rather than just 1. We'll see if anybody else can improve on their current times and whether they can set themselves up very, very nicely for race 2 or not. Caruso currently the best placed driver out of the 2 lap times, but nevertheless it's going to be all on in the dying few minutes here of this qualifying session. Hobson, though, currently coming through the back end of the circuit through Knickerbrook and up towards Water Tower, currently positioned down in 21st at the moment. Probably not where he will have liked to have been, but he'll come through the back end of the circuit, try and set this lap up to make sure it's going to be a nice lap time and to try and improve on a position that would be outside the top 20 and probably outside of his normal starting position that we typically see him starting in as well. So he comes up through over the Deer Leap and comes across the line, and it's going to be a 1 minute 32.931, so improves to go a little bit quicker, and that moves himself inside the top 20.
Indeed, up into 16th. That's 5 positions gained from just under a 10th of a second, which shows you how close the times are here in the midfield. Well, we're looking at Aaron Dodd for 9.5 SimSport and the 737 machine. He's another driver that hasn't set a time so far in this session. Got racecraft simulations there on the front. of the 9.5 machine. It's been good to see such a variance of teams here in V8SCOPS. You know, you've got the stalwarts like Trans-Tasman, Altus, Synergy SimRacing, all those sorts of people, but these smaller teams like 9.5 SimSport really very good at keeping this series going and showing that every driver out there has a chance here. 1 minute 33.1 for Aaron Dodd. That's good enough for 27th so far, putting himself right in the middle of a lot of the drivers that set their times in the first half of the session.
Yeah, very, very nice improvement there to move up towards closer to the top 25. Jake Burton coming through the back end of the circuit towards the final corner now. What can he do for lap time? Currently sitting P11 in the auto. We want to try and improve on his position, get closer to the top 10, but not going to be an improvement, and he's going to bring it into the lane. So I'd say that's possibly going to be his qualifying session over, although might just have enough time to get back out for one more lap. Madison down, coming down towards the final corner as well. See if he can improve on his current time, sitting on the front row in second, though not where he probably wants to be. He wants to try and be on pole. Comes across the line, it's going to be a 1 minute 32.346, so no improvement, but should be a nice secondary time towards the second race.
Indeed, and alongside him, Jake Burton makes his way back out. Madison, whoa, 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 whoa. Take it easy, Mad, into the barrier as he goes, and he's not going to have another opportunity to set a time after that. The car just too damaged to continue, and he's going to have to pull that thing back to the pits. We're hearing that that might just be pole for race 2 that Madison Down just set with that 32.3. So Jordan Caruso will not be sitting on the front spot of the grid for both races tonight. Jack Boyd, another one of the drivers, making their way around to set their first time here in the very dying minutes of the session. Boyd's left it very late here to get a lap on. See how well he can do here in the JK Signs Synergy SimRacing machine. Now, where would Boyd sit here? Boyd's one of the drivers that our usual lead commentator, Jake Sperry, loves to go on about. He's one of those drivers that really shows a great deal of potential in this series. Where is he going to put himself here? He's currently in 20th position, 32.985 for him. So if he can improve even by a 10th, he's going to vault himself up potentially into the top 15. Gets a little squirrely on the exit of Druids and then down into Lodge Corner. Again, using every bit of the road, including the white line by the grass. And out of the last corner he comes. Let's see if this is an improvement here for Jack Boyd. It's not. It's a 33.188 for him. But still, if nothing else, it shows consistency.
Yeah, certainly some consistency there from Jack Boyd, so he should have a reasonably good second race starting position, and as a result of it, that consistency. And Cooper Webster has been parked from competing during qualifying as well, apparently, so it's going to be a little bit interesting, and I'd say that's his session over as a result, so he's not going to improve on a P7 starting position for race 1.
It's a shame there for Cooper Webster as Jordan Caruso, his teammate, running faster on that lap. 32.1 there for Jordan. Fantastic times coming in here at the end of the session. What can Brady Myers do from 9th place? The checkered flag is out, so he's not going to be able to set another time now at the end of that. We've still got a few drivers out there on hot laps. Brady Myers comes across the line, but that time is not going to count if he decides to complete that. Have a look at the Parenzo car, Trans-Tasman Racing, and then further up here, Ethan Warren, currently P5. He's coming to the end of his final hot lap, 32.3. The quickest time he's set so far. Is this going to be an improvement? No, he says, I'm going to bring it into the lane. I am done with this session.
So he's going to have made the call to come down onto the lane, not try and improve, but Anderson coming down towards the start-finish line, and it's an improvement there and a quicker time as well by the looks of it. So actually not an improvement, so ends up not going quicker than his fastest lap at the moment. Adam Briggs coming out of the final corner as well. We'll see what he can do on this lap, whether it's going to be an improvement or not, comes across the line, and it's a 33.019, so not an improvement there on his current fastest.
Indeed not. And then we got Kyle George coming across the line. It was 32.964 there. I'm not too sure if that lap counted. He's down a 19th position there for the Race 1 grid. Jake Maloney for Trans-Tasman Racing going slowly into the final corner. He's done with that session as well. But I think that he can be reasonably happy with a 14th place start. We know that Maloney is a good racer, so he can certainly make his way further up. But Barney's there waving the checkered flag by the side of the circuit, and oh, well, that's one way to enter your pit box, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly a very adventurous way to do it, I must admit.
Well, as the final cars come in to the pit lane, we can start going through the starting grid for race 1 here at Oulton Park. It's Jordan Caruso on pole with Madison Down alongside. James Scott shares row 2 with Pursuit Sim Racing's Andrew Gilliam. Ethan Warren and Richard Hampstead make it an all TTR third row. Then we go into Cooper Webster and Josh Anderson on the 4th row. Myers and Stewart rounding out the top 10. Pursuit with 2 cars in the top 10. It's a good result for them. Jake Burton in the privateer Virtual Racing School Brad Jones Racing entry starts alongside his former teammate Lee Ellis.
Then you have Kurt Stenberg lining up alongside Jake Maloney with Adam Briggs and Brenton Hobson behind them on row 8. Andrew Dyson and Emily Jones on row 9. And then you have Kyle George and Corey McFarland. Round out the top 20, Jack Boyd and Corey Preston on row 11 with Geordie Sini and Brett Loxton on row 12.
Starting out of 25th is going to be DPR's Sean Linsell. He starts alongside the top split debut of Blake Warboys, Aaron Dodd and Bailey Fred 27th and 28th, with Troy Cox and Kenneth Latter rounding out the top 30 here. Then we got Rick Kuznetsov and Dylan Rudd, along with Thomas Hins, who's not going to be too happy with that qualifying position, starting in 33rd alongside Damian Johnstone. Damon Mulqueen and Logan Barnett are going to round out our field here, with Corey Shepherd not setting a time in qualifying, and it doesn't look like he's even in the session at the moment. So hearing that Corey Shepherd has a driving ban from SCOPS, so he's not going to be racing in this session. Of course, penalty points are really starting to come to the fore for a lot of drivers in this middle phase of the season. We're going to be seeing a few drivers sitting out a couple of races, doing the old start and park to try and bring their penalty points on their license back down so they can begin racing again. So, refresher, 24 laps this one. Just like the Split 2 race, just like race 2, here in Split 1, it's going to be a simple 100-kilometer sprint with no pit stops. So, again, the start is going to be mega important, Cam.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially for those further back where you're starting on an uphill or starting on a downhill. It's going to be much different to those starting up the front where they're going to be on a flat surface. So they're going to have to be a little bit more careful, but those at the front are really going to need to make sure that they make gains and don't end up in a bucket of wheel spin or anything like that, which is going to send them backwards and falling further down into the pack.
Yeah, the drivers further towards the rear of the field, once again, going to have to deal with that elevation change. But for Jordan Caruso, it's the same as for Brian Borg in race 1. He wants to try and nail that start. He has got the illustrious Madison Down going to be starting just a little further back and alongside him there on the grid, but he's going to have James Scott to help him out as well, with a further position behind on the left row, Mr. Cooper Webster. So let's see what the 3 Altus cars can do here against the might of Trans-Tasman Racing and the 2 Pursuit cars of Andrew Gilliam and Job Stewart. The revs rise for race 1 of Split 1 here in Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS at Oulton Park. We are away, and it looks like a pretty consistent start, but Madison Down getting the second acceleration phase down pat, and he's going to be alongside Caruso, but Caruso cuts across him into turn 1. They make contact, and Caruso off into the barriers and all the way to the back of the grid. That is the worst start you could possibly imagine for the Altus driver, as Madison Down now defending from James Scott. Andrew Gilliam getting squeezed on the outside by Ethan Warren. It's side by side between Hampstead and Webster behind, as well as there's a big crash in the midfield with We got cars spearing off the circuit, cars off on the grass. This is chaotic.
Yeah, what a chaotic start. Not the start that Caruso will have hoped for at all. And it didn't even look like it was a very, very hard hit either. Just the slightest amount of contact with Lee Ellis into the barrier. And Richard Hampstead around as well at the hairpin.
Oh dear. Richard Hampstead has not had a good first lap there. He's been able to get it back out onto the circuit. How did that happen? It looked like it was contact with Cooper Webster on the inside. Lee Ellis still stopped out there on circuit. It looks like he's managed to get that back going though. Madison down, getting into the lead. Ethan Warren has managed to move up into second in the midst of all of that with that chaotic race start. Trans-Tasman 1-2 with Mr. Andrew Gilliam in third place as it stands. James Scott has lost a few positions there, quite a few off the start as well. So Cooper Webster is now the top of the Altus Esports drivers there, harassing the back of Andrew Gilliam. Super close racing just behind as well with Jake Burton in the midst of this pack. He's got Brady Myers in front of him, Adam Briggs and James Scott behind.
Yeah, certainly all on at the moment, is side by side towards turn one. It's going to be who's going to give out, who's going to not. It's going to be very, very tight, but nevertheless, they've all managed to sort themselves out. Burton trying to harass the back of Anderson, but not going to be able to make anything happen at Myers, rather than Anderson. But it's very, very close, and it's looking like Myers hasn't got the run that he needed, and Burton's going to launch it up the inside on the way through turn four. Clayton takes side by side. Myers is off the road. He's just going to get a hold on to it. Into the barrier's hard.
Goodness me, Myers with a big hit, and I'm wondering if that's going to be a safety car. If he can't get that out of the gravel, he's going to have to be careful getting back onto the circuit there. That's one of the pitfalls of Island Bend. You make contact with the car on the outside and they'll be sent off into the grass. Brett Loxton also with some issues there, all the way down at the back of the field after a 23rd place start. And Richard Hampstead into the pits after that contact with Cooper Webster at the hairpin. And he's not going to be getting maximum points from this one. His night is off to a very horrible start.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's not going to be scoring any sort of good points, and unfortunately that's really going to hurt him in the championship department as well. We'll get a virtual racing school replay and see what happened off the start. And on that first lap, that was just absolute chaos with all sorts going on, from Caruso and down coming together to also what happened to Lee Ellis and everything else. We'll see what happens on the way into turn one. Down's just got the advantage, and it's an ever so slight touch between the two of them, and unfortunately Caruso into the wall. Wasn't a hard hit, but there will still be a little bit of body damage as a result. And then something has gone on up the road here further on. Jake Burton harassing the back of Lee Ellis. I wonder if there's been contact. There certainly has been contact, and unfortunately Lee Ellis has been sent around as a result. Everybody's sent scattering, a few coming together as well in the process, and then obviously Richard Hampstead coming to blows with what looks like Cooper Webster on the way into the hairpin as well.
Yeah, Hampstead going around and getting a good old clatter from one of his Trans-Tasman Racing teammates there. It looked like that was Brady Myers that collected hammer there. So in the midst of all of that, Jake Burton, for the incident that you just saw on the replay between he and Lee Ellis, Burton has been given a black flag, a drive-through penalty for him. So, very unfortunate here for Trans-Tasman Racing. They got Hampstead, Myers and Ellis all in the pits with damage. And the night not going well for a good portion of the team, but up the top, still looking like they're doing all right with Down and Warren up there on the front. And we take a look at the Altus Esports machine here of James Scott. He's got, it is James Scott. He's got Jake Maloney behind him. But coming up into this turn here, that's Caruso trying to make his way back forward as Stenberg side by side with Corey Preston, and there's contact between them. Stenberg heads off the circuit, has to check up everyone behind him. Andrew Dyson making up a position on his teammate Sean Linsell, and more contact there between Preston and Stenberg. A little bit of a return serve maybe, and Stenny unfortunately sent back a few positions after that, and he might be on the blower demanding something compensatory for Corey Preston there, who's run a little wide in turn one, and that's allowed Andrew Dyson alongside, clattering over the curb down into Cascades. Preston though with the inside line, he's going to hold on to it.
Yeah, very, very briefly as Dyson's going to have a look up the inside. He's got overlap on the way down towards turn 4. He's going to be on the inside
No.
of Island Bend, and God, Preston's going to be off the road, sideways through the grass. Is he going to find the wall? Yes, he is.
Oh my goodness! I mean, there's just some moves happening here that I think are a bit silly. You know, drivers really forcing the issue side by side and getting onto the grass on the inside of corners, sending their rivals off. And I think race control is going to be having a bit of a word to the drivers after this one, because it's even more chaotic than the Split 2 race. But amazingly enough, we haven't had a safety car yet as well. Straight on through the chicane goes the Trans-Tasman machine there. And is that a steering failure for Kurt Stenberg?
I think he's blown the engine because he's not actually running the car.
Oh, yeah, I thought I saw a little wisp of smoke on the run down to the chicane. So Stenberg already dealing with bits of damage there from his contacts with Corey Preston. Let's see where it happens for him. Yeah, there we go. There's the telltale puff of smoke. He has to go straight off the circuit, avoid everyone, and away he goes. Here's the onboard, looking from further back, the 737 machine of Aaron Dodd. And on the run out of Britain's, there is a safety car here because Kurt Stenberg cannot get it back to the pits. Boom, there goes the engine. That's a huge shame there for Stenny, and a huge shame for a lot of drivers in the field today, as it's been a very difficult race here.
Yeah, it certainly has been a very, very difficult race for a number of drivers. But what it's going to do is also help a few drivers as well, hit with the safety car period, meaning that they can get back into the string of things and also get back into possibly being able to get to the front of the field as well. The likes of Webster and that will be trying to use this as a bit of a recovery situation, get themselves into a little bit calmer of a state of mind and be able to get back on with the job. A lot of cars in pit lane now as a result. Preston and a few others all were sitting in pit lane in the safety car waiting for the leaders to come around through the final corner now.
Still going at a reasonable level of pace, these guys. Wondering if they actually got the message that the safety car was going to be coming out. Not too sure what's going on there, but looks like Korolev out on the circuit. It looks like it might have just been a yellow flag, because it seems that we are still green. We were hearing safety car, but evidently they managed to get Stenberg cleared off the circuit in time. So the race continues. And Madison Down continuing to be harassed here by Ethan Warren as there's a pass further back. The 269 of Kenneth Latta making his way past one of the Synergy sim racing machines. That is going to be Damon Mulqueen, who's opened himself up to an attack there from the recovering Brett Loxton.
Yeah, and Loxton's going to want to try and recover as best as he can after what hasn't been a great start to this first race. He's going to try and nearly gets a move done on Mulqueen, but gets a little bit loose and nearly getting a little bit of help from Blake Warboys as well. He's harassing the back of the Zervicorn on the way down towards turn 4. Not going to be able to get a move done, but he's done a very, very good job through this race so far. Started 40th and he's already up into a very, very good position as well. So he's doing very, very well for himself on his top split debut, but just not quite able to get the run out of the Shell Oil hairpin there.
Indeed, through the Britain's chicane they go once again. Try to avoid that curb on the left-hand side through the final part of the chicane, because it will really easily unsettle you as Loxton gets up the inside of Mulqueen, and Damon having to get himself out of that. A little bit of a touch of the grass there, the car we ride on board with, but the positions will stay the same for now. Blake Warboys doing an excellent job here at the moment. He did lose some positions on the opening laps, but he stuck to it and kept himself going forward and really harassing the back of Brett Loxton, who is one of the more experienced drivers here in V8SCOPS. As it's side by side on the exit of the final corner, Jake Burton, who's recovering from that penalty, making his way past the 011 of Logan Barnett. That's our split 2 winner there, but Logan holding on around the outside, really staking his claim here versus Jake Burton. Again, one of the most experienced and successful drivers in this championship, but Burton managing to hold him off there, get the move done, and continue his solid march forward.
Yes, certainly will continue to try and make his way forward at the moment, but Dylan Rudd continuing to push the back of Linsell, who's trying to chase down his teammate of Andrew Dyson. Currently, all four of them very, very much nose to tail, and all within striking distance of a possible move. Bailey Fred right in behind them as well. You can always see the two trains in that. You've got that first train of the two DPR cars, and then Fred at the end of it, and then you've got Dodd, Kitstov, Cox, and a few others all within that secondary train. So it's very, very close, and anybody's guess to what might possibly happen here.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a similar story to race 2, I think. The drivers running single file as much as they can, then the driver in front of them makes a mistake. They think, oh yes, this is my chance, I can get in on him. But there's every chance that it could go wrong for both of you. And you both end up losing positions, potentially taking some other cars out as well. That's what we saw on the opening lap. Maloney and Jones, meanwhile, for the last 2 positions in the top 10. Emily has done pretty well there, having started in 18th place, up into 10th now. It's been a really good march forward from Emily.
Yeah, it certainly has been a very, very good move forward so far to pick up a number of positions off the start in these first few laps of this race. So we'll hopefully see if she can move forward even more and get more towards, or closer towards, that top 5 positions. Kyle George, though, harassing the back of Brenton Hobson, not too far behind the likes of Jones in that. And currently, George trying to make something happen here on Brenton Hobson, looking like he's close enough for a move, but just can't quite seem to get the power down that he needs to.
Yeah, both of these guys having made up positions as well. Hobson up 4 and George up 6, with Jordan Caruso there behind Corey McFarlane. You just saw him in the top of the screen. McFarlane running behind, and then you got Jordan Caruso. Just a little speck in the distance of these two, who are far more interested in each other at the moment. Meanwhile, have a look at Jake Burton as he continues to try and make his way forward. We're going to get a replay of this one. Burton's behind Loxton now. Looks like he's gotten past Blake Warboys. Something's happened somewhere along the line here. Oh no, that's a problem for Burton that we're seeing. So back by him goes the driver of Logan Barnett and Loxton as well. So Burton, unfortunately, coming a cropper of Island Bend and its various pitfalls.
Yeah, I've seen a few cars off there tonight, both in split 1 and split 2. And the grass, like we said, catching out a number of victims, and very, very easy to do through that corner where you're trying to carry as much pace as you possibly can. And unfortunately, it's that barrier's managed to find a few victims as a result of mistakes being made, or contact being made with various different cars. But Emily Jones still continuing to hunt down the likes of her teammate Jake Maloney, and we've also got Adam Briggs not too far up the road as well. So going to be trying to work together the best they can. But Jack Boyd's not too far off the back of Jones as well, and will be trying to get on by. It was about 14th quick last time by as well, was Boyd compared to Jones. So a lot of pace in that Synergy Sim Racing car at the moment.
I was going to say, Jack Boyd's a bit of a surprise here. We were looking at Maloney and Jones going at it just a lap before, and now we've got Mr. Boyd right in the midst of all of it, and looking to harass the back of the McLaren Shadow machine, try and get his way up a bit further. It's his first V8SCOPS race in 2021, and Jack Boyd is doing everything right at the moment. He is up 10 positions from where he started, so he's managed to do what he could to avoid the carnage in the opening laps. He does have some damage to the side of his car, but he's continuing on as per usual and making a very good name for himself once again. Gilliam and Webster, meanwhile, the battle for third place. They've got the Trans-Tasman duo of Down and Warren just up ahead of them, but Gilliam starting to look like he's in a bit of trouble here versus Cooper, who would still maybe be having a race control decision hanging over his head with that contact with Richard Hampstead.
Yeah, could very well be a race control decision possibly looming over his head, and we'll possibly see it. There'll be a penalty, but no further action apparently. Although it was very, very wide as well for Webster there, nearly putting himself into the barrier, but sounds like race control have made the decision, and it is no penalty for Webster, so he's going to continue on with trying to find his way on by Andrew Gilliam, but Gilliam's not giving this one up easily.
No, certainly not, and it's just allowing Down and Warren to streak further away. They're still keeping each other really honest there. There's less than 0.3 of a second between our two leaders up at the front of the field. And Warren will know, well, Madison is the championship leader, and of course it's a long-standing standard that there's no team orders at Trans-Tasman Racing, but I think Warren might be thinking, he's sort of weighing up the risks at the moment. Do I go for the move on my reigning champion teammate, or do I stay behind, give him the best points possible for the championship and get myself a nice points haul as well? That's the decision he's having to deal with at the moment, as Gilliam weaving just a little bit out of turn 1 in front of Cooper Webster. How is this going to turn out at the end? We're just about to come up to half race distance, and God, with the amount of stuff that's happened in this first half of the race, feels like we've come to the finish already.
Yeah, certainly been a lot that's been going on in the past 11 or so laps. Been a very, very chaotic start as well, with a lot of drama and a lot of incidents, but we are at least clean at racing. No safety car yet so far, so that's at least a positive to have taken out of the first half of the race so far. Whether there'll be one in the second half, who knows, we'll have to wait and see, but nevertheless it's going to be a very, very close fight between those top 4.
Indeed it is. Blake Warboys, meanwhile, we check back in with him. Still down in 29th position, but embroiled in a pack here. He's got Kenneth Latter in front, Damon Mulqueen behind, the trio of Mustangs making their way around the Shell Oils hairpin, and Kenneth Latter up 2 positions, Damon Mulqueen up 5, but Warboys has lost out on where he started. He's 3 positions down at the moment. So there's going to be, I think, a bit of a reset after this one. He'll want to do a bit better in race 2, try and avoid the incidents that have been happening on the first laps. Emily Jones, meanwhile, has started to come into her own once again and starting to harass the back of Jake Maloney once again. They got Jack Boyd just behind them still, observing this battle. A nice front row seat. It was a trio of Mustangs just before, now it's a trio of Holden Commodores.
Yeah, certainly still continuing to just loom in at the back of this little battle going on for the positions just inside the top 10. And surprisingly enough, I'm very, very surprised that Boyd hasn't done something to try and make the move happen earlier, but pace very, very similar between these 3. Maloney, the slightly quicker one out of the 3, and we're slightly slower, not by much, but only a few thousand slower than Jones that last time by, but just further behind as well. Still going on between George and Hobson, and they've brought Caruso into this little better back as well, with him trying to recover some form of result after what happened on lap 1, and you'll be trying to make quick work of Kyle George and Brenton Hobson.
Indeed, Jordan Caruso was our pole sitter for race 1, and unfortunately just not able to capitalise on that. Out in turn 1, glancing off the barriers after going very wide across the grass, and at contact with Madison Down, both of them going into turn 1 side by side. And Caruso coming off second best from that, but we'll see if he can make his way past Kyle George in short order. I certainly don't think it will be in short order because of how hard it is to pass around this race circuit. Caruso is going to have to depend on a mistake from either of these guys, or for them to start battling again for him to get through. Having said that, we've seen drivers here in Split 1 a lot braver with the pass at the sweeping left-hander of Island Bend coming up to the Shell Oils hairpin. So that could be a place that Caruso decides to go for the move. Down into Cascades, he gains a little bit as between Stewart and Scott. It's on into the Shell Oils hairpin. Goes James Scott and just parks it on the apex there to keep Job Stewart behind. So Scott now back up to 6th place after starting 3rd. Job Stewart, he can still be happy with this one. It's been a profitable night for him so far, up 3 positions.
So far, a very nice gain in positions, and he'll be hoping to try and make it a few more as well if he possibly can for the back as well. You've got this battle going on amongst all these different drivers trying to make their way up the order a little bit. You've got Kutsnov, you've got Cox, Johnston and Hinz as well, and they're all trying to gain a few more positions and just outside the top 20 with Aaron Dodd and that not too far up the road as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what's going to happen amongst these 4 as Cox and Kutsnov coming together ever so slightly, and that's going to allow Johnson to try and see if he can have a go as well.
Oh, he dipped a wheel into the grass, unfortunately, so he's losing ground to these two, and that means that Thomas Hinz will be brought right back into this as well. Hinzy recently got a die-cast model of his SimRacing channel Mustang made. He was very happy about that on social media, as into the final corner, Troy Cox having a go at Rick Kuznetsov, but Rick manages to hold station very nicely. And looking at the lap times, it seems that they're pretty consistent with Aaron Dodd. They gained 600ths on him on the last lap. Remember that Dodd is dealing with Bailey Frid up ahead as well, who's continuing to run times in the 34.8s. Seems pretty consistent throughout the midfield, but Cox might have a run on Kuznetsov here. No, he can't do it at the moment. He's going to have to wait potentially for an opportunity to the hairpin, pick up the throttle a little bit earlier and try and force one up the inside. But again, Kuznetsov going defensive. He goes a bit deep though into the hairpin, and they make contact, and they'll be side by side on the exit of the hairpin. You go for a replay though of the number 12 of Jordan Caruso. Looks like he's made the move here on Kyle George, Cam.
Yeah, very, very nice, simple move and very well executed. Nearly a little bit of a bumper rub as well from Kyle George for good measure, but he's at least got that move done in another position gained as it's still on for the lead. A possible move was nearly made there by Ethan Warren on his teammate. He ran a little bit deep on the way into the final corner, but nevertheless, he's still going to be sitting second as we've got a virtual racing school replay of this little battle pack between Troy Cox, Johnson, and Kuznetsov. And you can see Cox just running a little bit deep, came out back out and nearly made contact with Damian Johnson on the rejoin. He's ended up slotting in behind Burton as well as a result of that slowdown that he would have had. But very, very much all going on throughout the field, including at the front.
Yeah, for sure. 10 laps to go now, and our two leaders still dicing with each other, the Trans-Tasman teammates of Madison Down and Ethan Warren. And, you know, since Ethan Warren has come to Trans-Tasman Racing, along with his brother Dane, at least on a part-time basis, they've really come into their own. They were two drivers that, whoa, hang on a minute. Brenton Hobson getting past Jordan Caruso. What's happened to Caruso there? Oh, he actually went past, did Caruso, and Hobo doing the switchback on him, which is certainly how you want to race a race winner here in V8SCOPS. Jordan Caruso going a bit too deep into the hairpin, and that's Hobson then getting the over-under done once again. I think Caruso maybe a little bit overconfident on the brakes, just locking them up and going straight on at the entry to that corner. But further to my point, Ethan Warren has really shown that he can fight with the best here in V8SCOPS. Joshua Anderson is a debut winner this year with his move to Trans-Tasman Racing, and I'm thinking it's not too far away for Ethan Warren either.
It certainly isn't too far away, but Ethan Warren still continuing to pressure the back of Madison Down, and what's going to happen between these two, who knows? We'll have to wait and find out, but you can sense there's going to be an opportunity presented for Warren, and there's possibly going to be a second race win after making his debut win at Watkins not too long ago, but we'll be very, very hungry to get another one on the board. Will Ethan Warren? But Madison Down has a championship to think about, and he knows he needs points to try and extend that championship lead. But what does he do? Does he go conservative and just think long run gains, or does he try and get another one on the board? We'll have to see. But these two are certainly going to duke it out all the way to the finish line.
Yes, indeed. That debut win at Watkins Glen for Ethan Warren, a very popular victory as through the chicane they go. There's been a lot of new arrivals this year in V8SCOPS. You, of course, have Jordan Caruso at Altus Esports taking the win at Mosport, and then another win at Road Atlanta, more besides. And you've also got Ethan Warren and Joshua Anderson at Trans-Tasman Racing. Andrew Gilliam broke through for his debut win last year at Mosport, where he won both races. And he's still sitting there in third as there's contact, and oh no, that is one of the Mustangs around of Rick Kuznetsov, who we saw embroiled in that battle pack just before. Not sure what's gone on there to cause that incident, but the lead still on here, and Ethan Warren might start to pin up the pressure a little bit on his champion teammate.
He certainly will try his best to try and find a way on by him. He won't do anything silly, but he'll certainly be giving it a red hot go and having a dip to try and get this move done on Madison Down and try and get another win. And he's very, very close. He knows where he's strong. He knows they're both on equal terms in terms of setup. So it's all about the driver as far as what they're going to do and who's going to end up coming out on top. But he's possibly just waiting at this point as Ethan Warren, just try and wait and see what he can do. Save those tyres a little bit rather than push too hard and end up with nothing later on.
It was into this very corner that the incident happened between Rick Kuznetsov and Damian Johnstone. Looked like Johnstone was just on the outside of Kuznetsov coming into the chicane, and Kuznetsov, following his normal racing line, went into him, and Kuznetsov ending up coming up second best after that one. On board here with Kyle George as he chases down the 88 of Brenton Hobson, and it looks to me as though Jordan Caruso has managed to leave both of them behind now. Caruso's gotten back past Brenton Hobson, and Kyle George now lining up a move. This is going to be an interesting battle here between these two. They're fighting for 13th and 14th position.
Yes, they're still scrapping for the minor positions at the moment, but then leaving nothing on the table. And that's a big moment for Kyle George, and that sent Brenton Hobson into a big slide, and McFarlane's going to just blow on by saying, thank you very much, I'll take both of those.
Wow. Well, that shows the importance of being close behind a battle in front. You can take advantage when either of them make a mistake. Virtual Racing School replay then. We've got a couple of them coming up. Something's happened here for Trans-Tasman Racing Mustanger Troy Cox. We're hearing 3 wide incoming, and there it is. Wow. Goodness me. Very close between these drivers on the run-up, and there's the incident between George and Hobson. McFarlane's onboard view of this one. You see Kyle George just kick the rear end out and get into Brenton Hobson, and McFarlane was very lucky there that Hobson was able to gather it up. Otherwise, he would have slid right across the front of him.
Yeah, certainly, and it's very, very lucky that it didn't come off even worse, as it was very, very lucky to not come off worse, but nevertheless, it has happened, and they've managed to keep it on going, but still to the front of the field, that gap has not changed at all between these two. Ethan Warren has possibly just backed it off a little bit, just try and set himself up for a very, very nice run in the final few laps. Going to come across the line. It'll be 6 to go this time by, so Ethan Warren is starting to run out of laps here to try and get this move done and try and get another second win on the books. And if they're not careful, they might find that Andrew Gilliam start to close that gap up a bit, as he's actually started to put in a little bit of a quicker lap time than what Ethan Warren has.
Yeah, Ethan Warren a 34.266, Andrew Gilliam a 34.242 on the previous lap. Madison Down is still the fastest car on track on this lap, but actually it looks like James Scott is the quickest car on track at the moment on 34.084, but Ethan Warren currently holds the fastest lap all up with a 32.988, so certainly showing that he has the pace to take it to Madison Down, but again, he's just waiting for that opportunity, and he sees a little bit of an opportunity there as Down leaves the door open on the run into the chicane, but Warren's not far up enough to get the move done on his teammate. He's just going to stay behind. Of course, Sperry would also talk about this a lot. First rule of sim racing, don't hit your teammate. Second rule of sim racing, don't hit your teammate. And through they go, Druids once again. Warren just keeping enough of a gap that he'll be able to react to anything that Madison Down does, as Brenton Hobson up the inside of Kyle George at the chicane sends George wide and off the circuit, and Hobson just getting on the brakes there. He knows that that move wasn't on, and he's not going to complete the pass.
Yeah, he certainly is going to complete the pass and get that position in the end over Brenton Hobson. And can try and see if he can catch up to Corey McFarlane in the dying few laps of the race, but what's going to happen at the front of the field continues to be a mystery between these two. You have to wonder if maybe Ethan Warren just backed it off a little bit compared to his teammate to try and give Madison down a little bit of breathing room and focus on points rather than results, as it's still going on further back between these two, Lindsay and Dyson, Rudd and Lindsay, sorry, going at it, Rudd up the inside of it, Lindsay, and Lindsay's going to try hold it around the outside on the way down towards turn 2 and 3, a little bit of daubing for good measure, but Rudd takes away that position.
Yep, the kink of turn 2 really helping him out there. If you're on the inside out of turn 1, you can certainly complete the move through that right-hander. Battle for 9th, Maloney, Jones and Boyd still glued together at the bumper, these three. And with only 5 laps to go, I think this battle is going to go off pretty soon. Remains to be seen, though. If one of them gets a bit hungry and tries a move on the last lap, it could all go to pieces for this 9th place battle. For the lead battle, meanwhile, it looks like Ethan Warren's backed off a little bit from Madison down. We check out Webster and Gilliam in 3rd and 4th, but the top 2 you can see a little bit further apart here as they come across the start-finish line. So Ethan Warren, either he's run out of pace or he's gearing up for a proper run it down in the last couple of laps.
Certainly with only a few more laps, it's starting to run at a time to get that move done for Webster. Wants to try and get a move on and try and get one more position and some crucial points as well towards the championship. If he can get a podium here, he'll be very, very happy, but he's still got a lot of work to do and needs to close that gap down first before he can get the move done, because it's one thing to catch someone, it's another to pass.
Yeah, nowhere is that more true than at a track like Oulton Park, and also at the Belle Isle Street Circuit, where we're going to be racing next round. Here's Emily Jones on Jake Maloney, and Maloney running a little bit wide in the hairpin, allows Jones to get her foot in just a little bit. Meanwhile, Brenton Hobson has made his way back past Kyle George. As coming into the chicane, it looks like these two have dropped Jack Boyd. There might have been a mistake there for Mr. Boyd. But either way, he's not as close to those two as he once was, and Emily now going to try and get some energy back for the last few laps. She might have been looking after her tyres, just making sure that she's got enough tread left in them to get the distance done. Meanwhile, Webster on Gilliam. This battle is closer than it's ever been. Slightly defensive line for Andrew Gilliam into the final corner, but it hasn't worked for him on the exit. Webster's going to get alongside here as they come onto the start-finish straight. It's a good run for the Altus Esports driver. Can he get the move done into turn 1? Side by side, he has the title line. Gets it through on Andrew Gilliam, and there's no chance of a fight back there, at least for a couple of corners from the 201. He's going to have a look there up the inside of Cascades, but Webster wise to it as Emily Jones tries on Jake Maloney at turn 1, but Jake, using a little bit more of the runoff area, stays ahead.
Yeah, just burning up and off track there. Maloney to try and keep the position off his Trans-Tasman Racing teammate of Emily Jones, and we'll hold on to that one for just another lap, but probably only a matter of time before Jones makes her way on by Maloney. Burton, though, continuing to pressure the back of Hins and trying to make his way on forward. Hins not doing too bad for himself at the moment, just shy of a top 20 finishing position, but Burton's clearly wanting to get a bit of a move on. Was slightly quicker that last time by, but he's still got a lot of work to do.
Indeed he has. He'll be ruining that lap 1 incident and the penalty that followed, plus his mistake coming through Island Bend, which is, you know, the 3 main reasons that Burton is where he is at the moment. Fortunately, he'll be able to start up the grid a bit further in race 2. Virtual Racing School replay once again. Let's see what happened here. It looks like Damien Johnstone, and is that Brett Loxton making his way up the inside of him through the Shell Oil's hairpin. It is indeed a nice clean move with space given by both drivers, and that's the kind of racing that we want to see.
Yeah, it's certainly the sort of racing we want to see. Very, very hard and clean racing as well. Maloney still coming under pressure from Emily Jones just inside at the top 10.
I just saw Jack Boyd go into the pits just behind these two. So something's obviously gone wrong here for Boyd. Either he's gotten a penalty or he's got damage, or he might not have fueled the car up enough. Either way, he's coming into the lane, bringing it to an easy stop. That was a potential good result there for Jack Boyd, and it's all gone now. He's up on the jacks and getting tyres. I'm not too sure what's going on there for Jack, but it's the second last lap now, and Jake Burton trying to make his way past Thomas Hinz. No love lost between these two. Hinsey gives Burton the space on the outside into Cascades, keeps the position for the time being. How brave is Burton going to be into Island Bend? Right on the bumper of Thomas Hinz and having a little look, but Hinsey managing to keep his sim racing channel. Henry James Racing Mustang ahead, at least for the time being, but no, Burton locks up and sends Hinsey around. That's going to be a rage moment right there, and Hinsey getting collected by, I think, that might have been our split 2 winner.
Yeah, unfortunately for Logan Barnett and Burton redressing as well after that, but Hinsey will be very, very dark about that. But continuing on with the battle as well, Maloney and Jones still nose to tail, absolutely nothing in it. White flag is in the air for the two front running drivers of it, Madison Down and Ethan Warren. Is anything going to happen between those two? Who knows, but it's going to be a very, very desperate dive between them if Warren wants to win this race.
Yeah, indeed. White flag for Jones and Maloney. They're almost a third of the way around for Down and Warren. What can Jones do here versus Maloney? There's not much that can open up the door for an opportunity to swing one up the inside. She's not quite close enough to go for a move into Island Bend as it stands. But she might have a few more opportunities at the chicanes if Maloney makes a mistake. Doesn't go for the inside line. It's defended by Maloney. Jones is going to hold on through the mid-corner, try and get some sort of a run here on the straight between the two chicanes. At that second chicane, meanwhile, Madison Down, making his way out of Knickerbrook. Thomas Hinz is off the circuit. We'll get one more replay here before we see our finish. And this is what ended up happening to Hinsey with that... he just went straight off the circuit and into the wall. I don't know if that was a hardware failure or a rage quit, but either way, Hinsey's not too happy with what's been going on here. Into the final corner then for Madison Down and Ethan Warren. They stay line astern. Warren looked like he was pressuring Down, but the reigning champion takes another win to add to the tally this season here at Oulton Park. Brilliant performance from Down and Warren. Cooper Webster ultimately getting past Andrew Gilliam to finish in third place, and Joshua Anderson rounding out the top 5. Excellent stuff there as well between Jones and Maloney. It was incredibly close. It ended up being just under a tenth between them at the end, and the battling continues further on back. Brenton Hobson and Kyle George leading up a train of cars here across the line. They got Dylan Rudd, Andrew Dyson, and Sean Linsell, the two DPR machines behind them, and that's how it's going to end up. Jake Burton, well, he's not really made many friends out on track today, has he? But nonetheless, he is going to come home to take the checkered flag and hopefully make something better of his night here in race 2. Burton ultimately crossing the line there in 25th ahead of Rick Kuznetsov.
Yeah, he won't be too happy with himself after that incident for Burton, after what could have been a reasonably good finish as well. But Madison Down coming away with the race 1 finish, race 1 win, and also making a 1-2 finish as well, with Ethan Warren second on the podium. So very, very good start to the night for the Trans-Tasman Racing parent.
For sure. Madison's going to taste the sweetness of that victory, which he takes by under half a second from Ethan Warren. Cooper Webster and Andrew Gilliam, along with Josh Anderson, top 5 there. James Scott and Job Stewart 6th and 7th, with Briggs, Maloney and Jones rounding out the top 10.
Then you're going to go over the page and you have Jordan Caruso coming home in 11th, McFarlane 12th, with Hobson, George and Rudd rounding out the top 15. Andrew Dyson comes home in 16th, with Sean Linsdale in 17th. Aaron Dodd will come home in 18th, with Bailey Fred and Brett Loxton rounding out the top 20.
Jack Boyd, who we saw jump into the pits, he was in contention there for 10th place following Maloney and Jones, but for some reason had to bring it into the lane, ends up 21st. Blake Warboys on his top split debut finishes 22nd from a 26th place starting position. Damien Johnstone making up 11 positions to get into 23. Troy Cox and Jake Burton 24th and 25th. Then it's Rick Kuznetsov, Logan Barnett, our split 2 winner, coming home in 27th with Damon Mulqueen. Kenneth Latter rounding out the cars on the lead lap. Thomas Hins, the first car classified, a lap down after going hard into the barriers at turn 1.
Yeah, certainly a very, very mixed bag of results for a lot of drivers, and some of the drivers probably not going to be too happy with the results as well. That happened in race 1, a very, very messy race for a lot of drivers, but with one more race on the board, they'll at least get a chance to recover and come away with some sort of a result.
Indeed, they will. Well, brings to an end proceedings for race 1 of V8SCOPS action here at Oulton Park. We'll be back very shortly for race 2, the grid decided by the second fastest times that drivers set in the qualifying session just beforehand. Can Madison Down pull off another victory here from what we think might be pole position, or will Jordan Caruso be able to recover from his torrid race 1 and try and take a win for himself, or will we see a surprise bring themselves up through the order? You'll be able to find out with us here on SimSpeed TV in just a few moments. You're watching Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS.
Yeah, so we're using the VRS Direct Force Pro this year. We have a wheel adapter right here, so I'm using the rim I used last year, but the motor right here produces a lot of power, a lot of precision, and it helps me, just feel the car more, feel the car a lot quicker, especially, this week we're at Sonoma. I can feel it, when it hits the curbs, any little change in the car, the wheel reacts a lot quicker than your typical gear-driven or belt-driven wheel. For example, if you're on oval and the rear tires break loose, force feedback on it corrects a lot quicker than your typical wheels. There's no resistance pretty much as far as being able to make quick corrections on the wheel. So all that, paired with how precise the wheel itself is, it makes it to where it helps you as a driver, to find that extra hundredth or thousandths of a second. So when you're getting a direct drive wheel, especially the VRS wheel, it's heavy duty. It's got good weight to it, it's not a plastic toy. It feels like you can really beat up on it. A lot of people have issues with their plastic gear-driven wheels just kind of breaking after a couple years. This thing just feels like it can go forever. The forces are really strong where if you might have to let go of the wheel if you get into the wall. You can adjust all that with the settings on it and stuff, but the wheel itself doesn't play around. It's got way more strength than you could ever need, and that's what makes it good, that you can adjust that down to whatever the car needs. So initially you'll be able to get the controller box and the motor together, and eventually you will be able to add a rim onto that option. They'll also be including a button plate on it to put on the rim to have all sorts of different buttons and functionality. Also, pedals are coming, so that's a pretty big deal as well. Hasn't been covered too much, but the goal is to also have pedals to go along with the Direct Force Pro. So that's pretty exciting. The wheel feels good. It feels very much like a real world steering wheel. You just kind of feel like what you would imagine the car to feel like. A real steering wheel in a car is very smooth, it's very direct, very quick, and that's what this wheel feels like.
Hey everyone, the USF 2000 is a blast to drive now, and here's your chance to learn it quickly. From my tutorial, VRS created a free bonus track guide for the Laguna Seca circuit, where you can learn exactly what I do in every corner to improve your lap times and get faster on track. You'll learn how to easily recognise brake markers, you'll find out which curves to attack and which ones to avoid, you'll know when to use the full track and when a sequence of corners requires a compromise. And you'll learn how hard to brake and when to lift. The VRS quick reference track maps are available free to download and delivered each week to your inbox. The entire global MX-5 series is available, as well as bonus maps like this one and many more. So if you're a new racer, or a veteran, or just anyone who wants to learn how to get faster sooner, the VRS track guides are for you. Just hit the link or button on screen and get yours today.
You're watching Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS here on SimSpeed TV, Round 8 from Oulton Park. I'm Reese Gardner and Cameron Dance alongside me in the commentary box if you've only recently joined us. My goodness, Cam, what a night of racing we've had so far. Not only did we have that pretty cool Split 2 race with a very controversial incident for the lead, but we also had plenty of controversy in race 1 of Split 1 here, the Too Easy Finance Oulton Park 200, really turning it up, especially with lap 1.
Yeah, you're absolutely not wrong. A very, very heated and very, very exciting 2 races so far with Split 2 and then race 1 for Split 1 as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what race 2 of Split 1 is going to throw up and who might end up being the victor there and who might end up coming and spoiling the party.
Indeed. There are a couple of parties spoiled in race 1. Jake Burton getting a drive-through penalty for turning around Lee Ellis on the first lap, and then we also had quite a few incidents further back in the field coming together at the tyre barriers and the like. So wondering if there's going to be more of the same for race 2. It's interesting though to note that with Richard Hamstead spinning and there also being another spinner out there on the track, we didn't have any safety cars in race 1. So wondering if that car's going to be brought out for race 2 if there's a big enough incident out there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see the safety car come out and make an appearance once again. We saw it make an appearance in Split 2, and we nearly saw it make an appearance in Split 1, but not quite in the end. So it's going to be interesting to see what race 2 is going to hold in Split 1, but hopefully we don't see the safety car again.
Yeah, hoping so too. Next week, though, we're going to cast our eyes forward a little bit. We go to the Belle Isle Street Circuit for round 9 of V8SCOPS 2021, and you talk about hard to pass here at Oulton Park. Well, it's certainly going to be hard to pass at this street circuit. Belle Isle certainly turned it up for its sprint races last year in V8SCOPS. Can't wait for more of the same, hopefully, when we go there again for 2021. That braking zone down at turn 3 certainly going to provide some drama.
Yeah, certainly. It's a track we've all been waiting for quite some time in on the iRacing service, and when we finally got it, it seemed to produce some really, really cool racing and some really, really cool driving experiences. And over the time it's been on the service, it's just been a really, really cool addition. So looking forward to seeing what's going to happen this year. We've seen all sorts of drama unfold at this track in various different series, but nevertheless, it's one of those tracks that you're going to have to deal with, and it's just part of the calendar. So it's all about keeping it out of the concrete and making sure you get to the finish line.
Same here at Oulton Park, except concrete is replaced with grass, as you can see along this back half of the circuit up towards Water Tower and Druids Corners. This part of the circuit, very narrow, but drivers have really pushed the envelope, making it 2, sometimes 3 wide up this section. And hopefully for the drivers, they don't have too much risk as they make their way around the circuit in race 2. One more time tonight, we'll check out Oulton Park from the air, from the satellite, thanks to Google Earth, and just outside of Stoke-on-Trent in the northwest of England, where Liverpool and Manchester are, down by the lake, and the old Oulton Hall that no longer exists. It was rubble by the end of World War II, bombed by the Axis forces. So this is what's risen up in the Hall's Place, this magnificent racing circuit here at Oulton Park. Turn 2 at Denton's, we saw you can really secure a position there if you're on the outside, because it gives you the inside into the Cascades corner. And we've also got to think about Island Bend, which is where a lot of the big incidents happened in the previous race. We had drivers going off into the gravel trap down there and finding the barrier.
Yeah, we certainly saw a few drivers off at turn 4 and just getting their rear wheels or right side wheels off into the dirt, and unfortunately from there they ended up in the barrier, or being close to ending up in the barrier. So we'll see what's going to happen in the second race and whether anybody else is going to fall victim to that corner.
Indeed, this is the corner in question. The Island Bend just off to the left, off screen, and that Shell Oil's hairpin. A very tempting passing opportunity, as we've seen a few times with Cooper Webster making a move on Richard Hampstead, Jake Burton trying to make a move on Thomas Hinds down there, and both of those moves ending in tears. We're going to jump into the session very shortly, which means it's probably time to discuss how they're going to line up on the grid for race 2. Of course, we've run the split qualifying for this round, 15 minutes for the bottom 20 and pre-qualifying 15 minutes for the top 20, and it's created bit of a mixed up grid here for race 2, because a couple of drivers have only been able to actually set one representative lap time in this session. Jake Maloney and Brady Myers are going to be taking up the last 2 spots on the grid, despite finishing well enough, you'd say, for top 10, even top 5 positions.
It'd certainly be very, very odd to see them down in those positions that you normally wouldn't see a Trans-Tasman racing car in after a qualifying session. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen. We've seen Maloney come from the back on multiple occasions and show that he's got some very, very good ability to make his way through traffic. So it'll be fascinating to see what happens and see where he can end up. But Brady Myers has got a lot of work to do for his cause towards the championship to move through the field as well.
Indeed, and that's 2 drivers down for Trans-Tasman Racing. They're not going to have much in the way of help up there. Madison down, race 1 winner will start from 2nd. Ethan Warren, 2nd in race 1, is going to start from 5th place. But Jordan Caruso has managed to secure pole once again with a very quick lap time for his 2nd time in qualifying. 1 minute 32.218 is the pace-setting lap there for race 2 from Jordan Caruso. We've also got Kurt Stenberg, who's made his way into the top 10. 10th place start for him on a 1 minute 32.88. He starts ahead of the likes of Jake Burton, Emily Jones, and of course the drivers that we were talking about just before, Jake Maloney and Brady Myers. So I was talking in the lead up about how Stenny's very happy with this track. It shows once again.
Yes, certainly it shows once again, especially with his qualifying performance in the previous session, to put himself inside the top 10 for race 2. So hopefully he can have a bit better of a result rather than finding himself in the wars and the fence. But nevertheless, it's a lot of racing to go and still plenty can happen.
Indeed. We got 20 minutes of practice here, of which nearly 5 minutes have almost elapsed as we get ourselves on site for the 2nd race of the night here in Split 1. It's very different in terms of track conditions. The track was 21 degrees in race 1. Now we are in the middle of the day, about 10 minutes to 2 p.m. in sim time, and the track is 36 degrees Celsius. So not the hottest track we've ever seen, not something like 50 degrees that we've seen at some points in the past, but still a good sight warmer, which means the drivers are going to have to change their technique a little.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have to be a little bit more conservative in how they drive these machines to make sure that they don't end up burning those tyres up a little too much. Otherwise, what's going to happen is they're going to find themselves in a little bit of strife and struggling very, very much later on in this race when they get to the back end and having to try and fend off drivers from every which direction they possibly have coming at them. So they're really going to have to be smooth, they're really going to have to be precise, and they're going to make sure that they're not making too many mistakes and hurting those tyres.
Yeah, hurting the tyres is going to be an issue, especially since there's no required pit stop in these races tonight. It's a flat-out sprint to the finish. So you got to weigh it up. Do you want to be aggressive in the opening laps, try to make up positions and burn through your tyres early? Or do you take the more conservative route? Don't go for those big moves early on. Try and save your tyres for the end when others start to fall off. Adding to the complications is the fact that it's so difficult to pass around Oulton Park. I think if you feel like you've got the pace to make those moves, if I was in this position, I would probably want to try and go for those early moves, try and get as far ahead of as many people as I can, and then I'd be able to stay ahead just by taking those defensive lines around the track.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy at all, and probably one that would work quite well around here, especially with how tight and narrow it is and the fact that there's really a lack of opportunity to pass so much. So if you can do a very, very defensive game and just continue to hold everybody behind you, you're going to be set well and truly to come away with a very, very solid result, even if you are struggling with a bit higher.
Pretty much everyone out there on track at the moment, a good portion of the field at the very least, and James Scott is the pace setter in practice. 1 minute 33.905 is the lap time he set. Brett Loxton going to P7, sets a 34.873. Adam Briggs going up to P4, but there's a vast majority of drivers that have not set representative lap times here in practice, so we'll see how it looks towards the end of the session. This time the drivers are just going to be using to make a few adjustments to their setups. I know that there's quite a few drivers, especially up the top, that really don't change much between races in terms of their baseline, and Trans-Tasman Racing in particular often runs the Virtual Racing School setup that Madison Down uploads to Virtual Racing School every single week. Madison is a VRS coach, but there's going to be a few drivers out there who will maybe want to try and get a little more freedom in the rear end, because if there's one thing that these hot conditions do, Cam, it makes the front end plow a bit more.
Yeah, it certainly does. It certainly does add an element of understeer, and quite drastically as well when you get into these warmer conditions compared to the cooler conditions, where the front end's able to bite a lot easier compared to these hotter conditions. So we'll possibly find that a lot of drivers will try and free that rear up, or try and set the car up so there's a lot more rotation on throttle, or possibly off the throttle, rather than trying to use the front tyres to make the car turn.
Well, Brady Myers, who's going to be starting way down in the field, has just set the 3rd fastest lap time of the practice session, not too far behind Jordan Caruso, who ended up finishing there in 11th place in the previous race, was the pole sitter, but came together with Madison Down at turn 1, and no action from the stewards on that, which is fair enough, but certainly think that Jordan will be wanting to avoid that for this one. Again, it's all about the start. The main reason that Caruso was put in that position in the first place is because he didn't quite get a good launch, and once they got into the second phase of acceleration after the initial launch, Madison Down was able to come up better.
Yes, certainly, and that secondary launch phase is very, very critical as well. It's one thing to get off the line cleanly, it's another to make sure that you ride that clutch out just enough, and also get a nice launch to not spin the wheels up too much on that secondary part as well. So it's a very, very black art to what you do and how you go about those starts to make sure you get it nice at initial launch, but then also get there very, very good at secondary launch as well. So it's one of those parts that you've really got to make sure you've mastered, and once you've mastered it, you've pretty much golden.
Indeed. Still got drivers making their way out of the pits for some installation laps just to see how they drive in the hotter conditions. A little bit of a paint refresh going on as well out there on track, with all the beautiful liveries that are run in V8SCOPS. I think, you know, the design standards of the AusNZ sim racing community are quite high, and I really enjoy seeing all of the, you know, simple yet effective liveries that we're seeing out there. One of them being demonstrated by Bailey Fritter Pursuit Sim Racing, and then the Drop Bear cars here. One of their Mustangs making its way around with that beautiful deep red colour.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of very, very talented designers out there in the community, and some very, very simple yet effective liveries out there as well. Ones that stand out and amongst the crowd, and ones that you can certainly remember, that's that car, that's that team, that's that driver, sort of thing, where you know you're not going to get confused by something or someone driving a certain kind of livery.
For sure. Trans-Tasman, another one of those iconic liveries, running the white and red. Jake Burton, a former Trans-Tasman racing driver, now racing Virtual Racing School BJR. He is aligned with the real-life supercars team Brad Jones Racing, races for them in the E-Series, and running a very nice livery there as well, taking advantage of iRacing's relatively new spec map technology that they're using in the visuals, bringing the graphics engine up to date so it can be as beautiful as possible. And iRacing's certainly a really nice looking sim here in 2021, as Hampstead stopped by the side of the track in the Bianti Model Cars entry. That's at the exit of pit lane. It looks like he's doing a couple of practice starts.
Yeah, probably not a bad thing to do a few practice starts in this warm-up session before you get into the race, just to make sure you've got everything down pat, making sure that your ways of doing things is going to work well and properly once you get onto the grid. That's the last thing you want to do, is do something and then suddenly it's all gone up the wazoo once the lights go out. So making sure you've got that start down pat and making sure that everything is right is what you want to do.
Absolutely. Well, I think that in these last 7 minutes of the session, this is where the drivers are going to just be setting some banker lap times just to see what their setup changes are doing. How does the car feel over the course of a race lap? It's going to be, I mean, these drivers do an awful lot of testing. They know exactly how the tyres go off in just about every condition, particularly when it comes to the top teams like Trans-Tasman and Altus. They've got servers up all the time, checking out how conditions affect the car, doing setup work, doing practice laps, all of that lovely stuff. So this is where the fruits of their labour really ripen and come to be harvested. Adam Briggs in the number 72. He set a reasonable pace in the first race and here in the early stages of practice for race 2. And Briggsy is one of those drivers that you can really find in the top 10 of the championship hunt. I remember a couple of rounds ago we were checking out the standings and seeing Adam Briggs up there in the top 10 was really something. And I think he's emblematic of the kind of attitude that DPR have in their Simrigs and Alcoholder White Mustangs. They are a consistent team and they are able to push on and get the results that they need to, maybe not set the world on fire in the races themselves, but when it comes to the standings, they're just picking up points.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's all you really need to do, especially over the course of the championship, is just get those consistent point scores. It doesn't matter if it's not necessarily that it's a bad thing that you're not winning races, but when you look at it from a long-term perspective and you're in that sort of situation where you're trying to catch the guys ahead, but you're trying not to go backwards, making sure you can score those consistent point scores is really, really important. Making sure you can get all those points you possibly can is very, very crucial, and especially in the teams department as well. When you've got so many guys out there scoring consistent points, it's really, really helpful as well.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why a lot of teams in V8SCOPS go for these sort of super team kind of arrangements where they have upwards of 5 or 6 drivers taking part in a single race, of course split off into sub-teams of 2 cars each, which they pair up with each other for the enduro races. Job Stewart, emblematic of another team that has really brought itself to the fore in recent years in V8SCOPS. Andrew Gilliam is the, I guess you could say, star driver of Pursuit Sim Racing. He's the one who took their debut victory. He's the one who usually sets the pace, but drivers like Blake Purdy and Job Stewart have really come into their own this year and gotten some fantastic results. I remember Blake Purdy's excellent finish at Montreal at the start of the season. That kept him in really well. Unfortunately, Blake's not here tonight, so we can't see more of that amazing driving, but Andrew Gilliam is right there still and getting ready to start another lap here in the practice session. Certainly been able to extract the kind of pace out of that car that only teams like Trans-Tasman and Altus have been able to do on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I guess that is the benefit of having someone like those drivers on your team as well, is just being able to get the maximum out of the car and find those little niche things that you might not necessarily find when you're thinking about it practically, and you try and think outside of the box, and being able to think outside of the box really can provide just that ever so slight increase in pace or that ever so slight advantage compared to your competitors around you, which in this sort of a game, you're really trying to get every single thousandth you possibly can, with the fact that a few thousandths is going to pop you up so many positions in the standings.
Indeed, this field has always been close. From the very inception of V8SCOPS in 2014, V8SCOPS grew out of the Monday night top split of the official iRacing V8 series, which still runs, and we have broadcasted on SimSpeed intermittently over the years. That's where this championship really got its start. After a while of official racing, discussions started to be had about making a hosted Premier Series for the top drivers in the Australian touring cars on iRacing, and this is the result. And V8SCOPS has been going strong now for 6-7 years, and we've certainly had our ups and downs. We've had bumps in the road occasionally, a few potholes here and there, but I think the series has overcome all of that and is still managing to secure itself as one of the top series in global sim racing. At least if you're here in Australia, this is where you want to be if you're not competing at the World Championship level.
Yeah, it's certainly one of those Premier Series where it's the top of the top and the best of the best that you can possibly race against. I mean, there's so many drivers in this field that you really can't argue with, in the fact that they've got an incredible amount of talent, an incredible amount of pace as well. I mean, you could probably say a number of these drivers should be on a World Championship level, and there has been some of these drivers who have been at that World Championship level before, but have decided to come back here and just race locally. So it's just incredible to see the depth of talent in this sort of series, and again, it just seems to bring a various different level of driver as well to this series, with the fact that you've got those up-and-coming drivers, but also those regulars as well.
It's a very interesting bunch of drivers we've got here in V8SCOPS. So many personalities, so many different styles of racing, but among the top guys, there's always that mutual respect, which we love to see. Reminder of the format here tonight. 24-lap race once again for race 2, no pit stops. So the drivers will be out there struggling to try and get by into Oulton Park's twisty chicanes. And, well, high chance of safety cars. At least in Split 2 we saw that. Race 1 we went safety car free despite a couple of incidents out on track. But let's see if the safety car is brought out for race 2. I think with a few drivers trying to make up their positions after a poor race 1, drivers like Jordan Caruso, for example, we're probably going to be seeing some very hard racing there up the front.
Yeah, we certainly are going to see some very, very hard racing at the front of the field, and there's going to be no stone left unturned by any of those drivers at the front trying to chase that elusive lap time and that elusive win as well. You've got so many different drivers who could possibly win this race, and that top, I'd say that top 10 more than the top 5. So it's anybody's guess as to who's going to be ending up winning this secondary race and who's going to end up on the podium and coming away with a nice solid amount of points.
Yep, points are the name of the game, especially at this midpoint of the season with only one round to go after this one before the Enduros, where drivers can certainly make or break their championship runs. Just a couple of seconds left here in the practice session, and we can jump on over to the starting grid for race 2 of V8SCOPS here at Oulton Park. It's been a pretty fantastic night of action for the spectators. For the drivers, it's certainly been interesting as well. How is it going to go in race 2? Here's how they stack up for the starting grid. Jordan Caruso's on pole again after Madison down, and then James Scott starting in 3rd place with Andrew Gilliam rounding out row 2. Ethan Warren and Richard Hampstead complete the top 6. Then it's Cooper Webster and Joshua Anderson 7th and 8th. Top 10 rounded out by Job Stewart and Kurt Stenberg, again with that really good second lap time. Jake Burton and Corey McFarlane round out the top 12.
And you're going to go row 7, Emily Jones of Cole, George Lee, Allison, Brenton Hobson to round out the top 16, Adam Briggs and Sean Linsdale. And then you're going to go to row 10 with Jack Boyd and Andrew Dyson rounding out the top 20 with Geordie Sini and Brett Loxton and Blake Warboys and Aaron Dodd to round out the 12th and 11th row.
Corey Preston's going to start alongside Kenneth Latter, then Pursuit SimRacing's Bailey Frid alongside Rick Kuznetsov, who came a cropper a few times in race 1. Thomas Hinn's going to start from 29th position. He'll be wanting a better result after retiring from the first race. Damien Johnstone rounds out the top 30. And Logan Barnett and Dylan Rudd will make up our 16th row. Then it's Mulqueen and Cox, and then Maloney and Myers. Maloney setting a poor second lap in qualifying. Brady Myers not setting a second lap time at all. So let's see how far up the field they can manage to get. Well then, it's the same story as race 1 in the top 6 at least. They start in the same order that they did. Jordan Caruso, as I mentioned before, he's going to want to get that start down pat, protect from Madison down into turn 1. We might see Jordan Caruso move on over to the inside very early here to try and protect from the reigning champion and championship leader, as you can tell by that red banner on the windshield. Timer hits 0. We're going to get the revs rising here. The flames spurt out of the exhausts. And we're away once again, and similar story here. Jordan Caruso gets a good initial launch, but he moves right on over to protect from Madison Down, who switches to the outside for turn 1. Caruso leads the way, but he goes off into the grass again. Madison Down has a potential run at him here as the rest of the field makes their way through the first turn. Caruso still protecting there from Down, but he's struggling there with the front end, struggling to keep it turned in. Madison right on the rear bumper. He's going to go for the move here at the island bend, the sweeping left-hander coming down into the hairpin, and Caruso just giving him the space there on the inside. They make contact, and Madison down with a bit of a lock-up, goes off the circuit and into the barriers. Now it's Madison down in the wall on lap 1, and Andrew Gilliam going for the lead versus Jordan Caruso. He gets by into the Britain's chicane.
Very, very good move from Andrew Gilliam to take the lead of the race off Jordan Caruso, but Caruso's not done with him, as that is Aaron Dodd parking him facing the wrong way. Safety car has been called, so Madison Down's race has been saved.
Not Aaron Dodds, though. He stopped on track and requested a tow. That's the reason the safety car has come out, and Thomas Hens has been involved in that incident as well. That Henry James Racing Mustang out on the first lap. And Thomas Hens will be absolutely livid with whatever's gone on here. So will Aaron Dodd. Let's have a look at what happened here. Following Thomas Hens, and we see there's been another incident there on the straight out of that bend that's collected the back half of the field, and Hens just said, oh my goodness. Whoa, okay, so Thomas Hens, he wasn't doing much wrong there, but Aaron Dodd getting sent off the circuit, spun back on just in front of Hens. My goodness.
We'll go back and see what else actually happened. It looked like it was a few just getting together and then just more or less all coming together. And Hobbo involved in that as well.
That's Geordie Sinney in that Synergy Sim Racing Mustang, but oh my goodness, plenty of cars involved in that, including the likes of Troy Cox for Trans-Tasman Racing. Here then is what happened for the lead. Jordan Caruso defending very well from Madison Down, and they were all well and good here through Island Bend. There was just enough space given, but once they got into the entry phase for the Shell Oils hairpin, there's just a little bit of side-by-side contact here between Caruso and Down was unable to get it turned in. Left side wheels onto the grass and then into the wall. Fortunately, he's managed to escape with minimal damage from that, but Andrew Gilliam took massive advantage of that to get by into Britain's, and I think very good driving from Jordan Caruso to just yield to him there. He knew that it wasn't a good idea to stretch the issue coming into that chicane.
Yeah, certainly not wrong there. And actually surprised that both of them ended up making that mistake with the contact and everything on the way into that hairpin. But what it's done is give Gilliam the lead of the race as a result of what's happened. And as you can see, a number of cars parked in pit lane as a result of what happened after that drama on lap 1.
Indeed, and I've just gone back to check what happened there to start that lap 1 incident. Looks to me like getting very crossed up on the exit of the left-hander was Geordie Sinney, and he just got a fishtail on and got collected by Blake Warboys. So that's what ended up starting that incident. I don't know if there's going to be any penalties handed out for that one, because it wasn't really a case of one driver spinning another out there. Brady Myers, one of the cars out here. Blake Warboys still in the pits. Kenneth Latter, 2. Logan Barnett, our split 2 winner. And Geordie Sinney, the one getting a bit unstable and starting that whole mess further back in the field. So Myers is not going to come away, I think, with any points out of this one. It's going to be a very difficult run for Brady, especially considering that he's there in 3rd in the championship with 1 drop round. That's not the result he'll want.
Yeah, certainly not the result he's going to want at all. That was, not going to be the result that he will have wanted with how that's all been, and not really the round that he will have wanted at all either. So it's really going to hurt the points there for him and probably a few others as well.
Certainly not hurt the run for Andrew Gilliam. Now that he's made his way into the lead, he can control this restart, which should be going off at the end of this lap. And I guess with the difficulty of passing here at Oulton Park, Andrew Gilliam can just get the defensive goggles on, keep looking over his shoulder and go defensive versus Jordan Caruso. Of course, Gilliam, of course, running a slower lap time than Jordan Caruso in qualifying. So at least in terms of pace, you'd think that Caruso would be the favourite here with Madison Down out of the picture for the time being. But I don't know. Andrew Gilliam, he can certainly turn it up when he's in the lead. I mean, we saw his performances at Mosport last year.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some incredible stuff at Mosport last year, so have to see if he can do a repeat this year and see what he can do, but he's got a lot of pressure from behind with the fact that he's got Caruso, Warren, Hampstead, Webster, Anderson, and a few others, all very, very hungry for a race win here.
Yeah, plenty of drivers all going for the win here in race 2 at Oulton Park. Dylan Rudd for 9.5 SimSport, carrying some damage from that lap 1 shenanigan. Jake Maloney as well started in 34th, and thanks to that incident he's made up a few positions. He's got a reasonably clean car as well, so he's managed to avoid those dramas. Troy Cox as well up there too. So Trans-Tasman, at least in a sense of most of their drivers, down but certainly not out. Madison Down rejoining in 17th place, so be interesting to see what kind of drive he can get on through the field. Nick Parker, though, pulls away from the front in the Virtual Racing School safety car, and that looked like a bit of contact there as the drivers were checking up. Not too sure what's gone on there or who got into who necessarily, but either way, we're going to get a start on here. Andrew Gilliam's going to leave it late to get going on this restart. The apex of the final corner is where he's going to get going, and he has caught Jordan Caruso out. Gets a good gap across the line as we begin racing again here at the start of lap 4. And oh no, that looks like an Exto Gaming car. I think that might have been Corey Preston with some trouble on the end into the final corner. But the race off to a reasonable start at the front. Ethan Warren piling the pressure now on Jordan Caruso as Andrew Gilliam tries to streak away.
Yeah, certainly trying to streak away at the moment. A very, very good restart for Andrew Gilliam. Meanwhile, behind them, Caruso coming under a heap of pressure from Ethan Warren, who's tucked right up in behind him and has Richard Hampstead for company as well. So those two will be trying to make sure the Altus driver of Jordan Caruso has his work cut out for him, but they have to remember that they've got Cooper Webster just tucked in behind them as well, so you have to be a little bit careful in when they make their moves and if they make their moves as well. But it's going to be very, very hard to pass around here, and going to make it very, very close, very, very heated.
Well, it seems like the gap stayed reasonably consistent for Andrew Gilliam. He hasn't made many mistakes here on this initial lap. They run single file into the double right-hander of Druids up front as there's a problem down there at the Hislop chicane for Damon Mulqueen. Gets back on track nicely. Not too sure what's gone on there. We might get a replay in a few moments just to get through on it as, oh my goodness, Ethan Warren up the inside of Jordan Caruso. That car looked like it was really chattering under the brakes and ultimately not able to get the exit that he needed.
Yeah, very much looked like he could have made the move, but just couldn't quite get the power down in at the end, unfortunately. And there's the DPR car of Adam Briggs getting the move done on a TTR machine, so he gains another place there. He'll be very, very happy with that one.
Yeah, not happy. I think will be. I think that's Troy Cox, who's gone for a bit of an adventure at turn 1. He's got Bailey Fridd alongside him, who's also got damage from that lap 1 crash. Fred, of course, running a little bit less downforce now, thanks to that boot being away with the fairies in a better place now, you could say. And this is what happened to Damon Mulqueen in the number 42 on the run down to the chicane. Got one of the Zuva cars. I think that's Loxton there with him, and just catching the grass on the entry into the chicane, could not turn in there. So unfortunate for him. And now, oh goodness me, that's what happened to Corey Preston on the restart. So that is going to be very frustrating. We've got drivers checking up ahead, drivers coming in hot behind, and Preston went for a bit of a launch there, and he lost it on his own, having to get back on the brakes. Maybe he thought that the front of the field was going for a moment there.
Yeah, possibly a little bit of confusion there for Preston and being caught out, just locking the rears on the way, trying to stop the car, and unfortunately found the barrier in the process. But back to the front of the field, it's still single file. Gilliam controlling this race very, very well at the moment, but Caruso still having the pressure from Ethan Warren right on his tail the whole way around this lap and the previous lap as well. So Ethan Warren is not letting Caruso get away at all here.
Certainly not. And Caruso now, it seems, is a bit of a cork because he's got a long line of cars behind him. Warren, Hampstead, Webster, Anderson. And then they got the battling pair of Job Stewart and James Scott behind. James Scott, oh, hey, there we go. Looked like Job Stewart running a bit wide through the hairpin. And James Scott getting by him there as, there's a bit of drama further back for another TTR machine. That's Lee Ellis, who's gone wide in the hairpin and let Madison down through on his charge back up the field.
Yeah, certainly, and trying to recover his way forward after what hasn't been a great start, but is at least making his way on forward is Lee Ellis. We've got a Virtual Racing School replay of something that has happened.
So Jordan Caruso, Lee Ellis we're going to take a look at here. And he's asked for race control to review this. It looks like Kyle George up there with him, getting into the back of Lee Ellis into the hairpin. That's the reason why Ellis was wide. And I don't know, Kyle George might have a race control decision hanging over his head after that.
Yeah, could very well have a race control decision looming over his head. I'd say it's going to be at least a redress, but if not, it's going to be some form of a drive-through penalty coming his way.
Well, we go back to live pictures once again, and it looks like second and third have started to break away a little bit from the rest of the pack, headed up by Hampstead. Ethan Warren pressuring Jordan Caruso still as they're on lap 7 of 24. But Caruso has got his cool, calm and collected head on. Priority number one for him is obviously to keep all these cars behind, but still stay within a reasonable gap of Andrew Gilliam. In case Andrew makes a mistake, then Caruso can get right back in there, get back out to the lead. But through the Britain's chicane, which is a very challenging section of circuit to get any car through, let alone an Australian touring car. You see Cooper Webster on the back of Richard Hampstead. These guys came together in race 1, so round 2, take 2, I suppose, as, that's Kyle George. It seems redressing the position on Lee Ellis. So no race control banhammer down there on Kyle George. They can resume racing.
Yeah, so they'll continue on their way. No harm, no foul with the redress being completed in a nice and safe manner, but still at the front, Caruso just possibly biding his time, looking after his tyres, just trying to set himself up in for the long run, so he's got something to fight with later on, and everybody else not really trying for any sort of moves as well. Warren's still continuing to apply the pressure, but not really looking like he can make a move anytime soon.
Jordan Caruso, meanwhile, is looking a bit quicker. He's closed up to Andrew Gilliam slightly as they cross the line to complete that lap. Caruso is actually 4/10 faster than Gilliam on the last lap, so he's certainly got that pace up once again. The tyres are up to temperature, up to pressure, and he doesn't want to do that too much though. A little bit of lock-up, or if I'm not mistaken, that's the resurfacing lines on the circuit misleading my eyes. But Jordan Caruso, he's doing a good job at the moment there, up in second. Keeping it consistent, not making any mistakes. He's making good on the promise he showed for race 1.
Yeah, he certainly is making it good on the promise from race 1, but still anybody's guess and anybody's game at this stage with plenty to go in the laps department. But it's just all about being patient at this point, making sure you're hitting your marks, not being too aggressive before you get to crunch time, when you start to get things a little bit more heated and start to push your tyres a little bit harder than you did early on. But Caruso continuing to do everything he needs to at this stage. He was 4/10 quicker last time by compared to Gilliam as well, so the pace is there in the Oulton Esports machine, but just biding his time, waiting to use it when he needs to.
Lap 8 complete, and Caruso was 2/10 slower than Andrew Gilliam on that lap, so the gap's ebbing and flowing as across the line we have a battle here. That's Madison Down trying to make his way past Brenton Hobson in turn 1, and Hobbo gives Madison a good amount of room. He's going to try and force the issue here coming down to Cascades, but Madison just vaulting the curb there to get the straightest entry into Cascades, and that's another position made up for Madison, now up into 14th position. His next target is Jack Boyd. Next target for Ethan Warren remains Jordan Caruso here at the front of the field through the Britain's chicane once again. Such a struggle to get the car slowed down for that chicane, given the fact you have to vault across that big curb on the first left-hander. You don't have that kind of issue down here at Hislops. What you do have to look out for is those tyre barriers on the inside, and I have yet to see a driver actually clip one of those and have an incident from that. The incidents that we've usually seen from the tyre barriers have been through drivers getting sent into a slide before them and just going straight into them. So for the time being at least, it seems the drivers are keeping it clean around those very difficult areas of Oulton Park.
Yeah, they're keeping the distance from the tyre barriers at the moment as Caruso's run wide, and that's going to allow Ethan Warren to have a go at possibly having a look on the way down towards turn 1. Caruso's going to go defensive as a result of that mistake, but no move going to be happening there for Warren. He had to think about it, but just decided to just sit in behind in the end. So going to continue to sit in third, but that's allowed Gilliam to really build a gap.
Absolutely has. Gilliam now leads by 0.8 of a second, the greatest margin we've seen all race so far. We're coming up to half race distance now, so I think Jordan Caruso at this point might be hoping for another safety car, because if not, then he's going to have a really tough time catching up to Gilliam without burning through his tyres. Remember, those Altus Esports cars, we saw at Donington that they're really good in the first half of a tyre stint, but then as they get towards the end of the tyre life, they really fall off the cliff harder than, say, a Trans-Tasman car would. Joshua Anderson in a Trans-Tasman car chasing an Altus, as that's a problem for Dylan Rudd down at the hairpin, and Troy Cox involved in that incident as well, manages to get onto the track reasonably well. Let's have a look at the virtual racing school replay, see what happened there, and hearing a hello from our director, because apparently this was a pretty big incident. Let's see what happened. On the back of Rudd goes Cox, and then right into the back of him into the hairpin, and both of them sent spearing off the circuit, and Troy Cox immediately on the brakes, getting into the wall, letting Rudd go again. That's the redress complete, so I think race control, they might still have something to say about that, but for the time being the position has been redressed, so basically a bit of harm, but no foul for the most part. Back up to the front, Jordan Caruso, a debut race winner this season. He's taken a few SCOPS victories so far, and all of them have been this year. And Caruso hasn't made as many SCOPS starts as many of the drivers in this field, so it only makes you think, what does the future hold there for the young Altus Esports driver who does driver coaching as well. Not all of these guys sim race full time. They've all got lives, they've all got jobs, they all jump home and get onto the sim for a race here. It's the wonderful thing about sim racing, it brings people from all walks of life together.
Yeah, certainly not wrong there, and everybody all knows each other in some form or another. Some of us have met each other in real life as well, which is a little bit of a pleasure, but for the most part everybody gets along very, very well, and everybody knows each other in some form of a capacity, and everybody gets along as well as they do. But once they get on track, it's all about making sure you're competitive and making sure you're the one at the front of the field. So there's certainly no love lost on the track, but there's a lot of camaraderie off the track as well, which is good to see.
It was a better lap that time for Jordan Caruso, brought the gap down to 0.269 across the line. So Andrew Gilliam might start to feel the pressure here now. Everyone in a line in the top 6, with 7th place James Scott just hanging on to the back of this train. As a bit further back we've got a DPR car there of Adam Briggs involved with Corey McFarlane, and that's a position gained there for Adam Briggs, now up to 11th place. Nice to see. We'll catch that on the Virtual Racing School replay, see how he did it. And it was coming out of the final corner. McFarlane got a reasonable exit from the Lodge corner. Tried to go defensive versus Adam Briggs, but then switched back to the racing line, and Briggs just sailing on through.
He managed to get that pass done very, very easily in the end, so Briggs gaining a position there on McFarlane. But again, Gilliam has actually lost a bit of time here over the last few laps to Jordan Caruso. Started to close that gap back down, wondering possibly if Gilliam has just started to back it off a little bit, knowing that he had that lead and can start to just cruise, well, to go into cruise mode to save those tyres a little bit, and knowing that Caruso, with the fact that he's caught that gap up a little bit, has used those tyres up. As that is a TCR car facing the wrong way. Lee Ellis in trouble once again, not in the direction that he will have been wanting to face, and he is getting it back and underway. We'll get a Virtual Racing School replay and see what has happened to him, and it sounds like he got a little bit of assistance.
Oh dear, and it's Kyle George once again trying to make the move down into the chicane and just turning Lee Ellis around, and I get the feeling that Race Control are going to take a pretty dim view on that. George just didn't have the overlap needed to get that move done cleanly. Ellis was already heading towards the inside of the corner. Poor Lee. I mean, you know, we've in previous years we have described him as having worse luck than others. It was a bit of a meme for a time that he would always blow his engine. But in terms of this race here at Oulton Park, he's just been so embattled, you know, taken out in incidents that are not his fault at all.
Yeah, certainly copped the rough end of the pineapple, as they say, unfortunately, with the recent things that have happened to him, and unfortunately he's not had the greatest luck. So hopefully he can get back up on the horse and things can change in the direction that he'll hope for. But we'll get another Virtual Racing School replay, as this sounds like it's been quite a moment for Madison Down, I'd say, based on what our directors just said to us. Coming through turn 4 and into turn 5, a very big send. That's very, very sideways for Madison Down. Somehow manages to hold onto it on the way through the corner, but that was very, very close to ending in tears.
That was Jack Boyd that Madison Down was trying to make the move on, and Boyd stays ahead for the time being. But yeah, that shows you just how wrong you can get it coming down into the Shell Oils hairpin. You know, you get on the brakes after coming through the sweeping left-hander of Island Bend, and the braking zone starts pretty much at the exit of the corner, so you're braking and turning at the same time, and the car can very easily get unsettled at the rear of these things. And hearing that a drive-through penalty has been confirmed for Kyle George, thanks to that tap he gave Lee Ellis, and he'll tour through the pits and go way down the order as a result of that. So Race Control making the decision there, and for the lead it's starting to heat up still, because Jordan Caruso very spirited on the power out of the hairpin down into the chicane. Let's see how well he can hitch up the power here. Andrew Gilliam taking a little bit more curb, both of them getting unsettled across the curb there, but the gap is getting brought down. It's only 0.29 between them as they come into the Hislops chicane through Knickerbrook corner. Don't take too much of that curb on the exit, because you'll very easily get unsettled again. It seems like Gilliam is hooking up the power out of there a little bit better than Caruso is able to stay ahead that way. But around the first half of the circuit, Caruso is just mighty.
Yeah, he certainly is very, very strong through the specific parts of the track that he is, and I guess that shows where they've looked at setup as far as that team has gone in that direction, and it is helping him, but at the same time they haven't quite got the ultimate package, so he needs to try and use that advantage that he's got to the best of his abilities, and it's looking like it might just work for him in his favor if he keeps going the way he is.
right over the curb on the inside of Cascades. Caruso gets a little bit more curb on the exit in his dogged pursuit of the Pursuit Sim Racing 201 machine down at the hairpin. He's a little bit closer this time, rounds him up under brakes, but cannot get the move done that time round. As Lee Ellis making his way around, just recovering from that incident with Kyle George. We'll get a virtual racing school replay because something might have happened there to Lee Ellis on the run up to the final corner. It looks like that's Kyle George there behind him, and Ellis gets in there and loses it by himself, getting into the gravel, and Kyle George goes on by without incident. So, I mean, at the end of it, he still ended up ahead of Ellis, but probably not quite in the way that he would have wanted.
Yeah, possibly a little bit of frustration coming out there from Lee Ellis with his head not being in the right place after what happened earlier on. So unfortunately another mistake there from Lee Ellis, and losing more time in a position as well to Kyle George once again. But it's nose to tail between all these guys at the front of the field, and everybody still single file, still trying to work out where they're quick, where they're slow, where they can work out and try and get a move done to gain a position or two. But it's looking like it's just going to be all about making sure you can minimize those mistakes and just look after your tires.
This is a great view on board here with Ethan Warren, the Trans-Tasman Racing number 59, chasing down the 12 and the 201 as Caruso edges a little closer there to the bumper of Andrew Gilliam and gets into him, into the hairpin, sends Gilliam off into the gravel and into the wall. That is the lead changed once again. That might have to be a redress there for Jordan Caruso as Ethan Warren moves through into the lead on the run up to the chicane. Richard Hampstead wants to get his nose in there as well, and he does. Gets his whole car past him, as a matter of fact. Jordan Caruso now having to deal with Cooper Webster and Joshua Anderson. He's not redressing the maneuver just yet. There's too many cars around him to get it done cleanly. But Andrew Gilliam, he's still rejoined. He's still at racing speed, but now down in P7. That's a big shame there for Andrew Gilliam. Here's the replay then. Caruso saw the door open on the inside. He went to go for the move, but unfortunately just carrying a bit too much momentum, too far over to the left, got into the rear bumper of the Pursuit Mustang.
Yeah, unfortunately it was just a very, very slight mistake and a slight little thing that happened, and a little bit of an incident there going on further back. It looks like Bailey Fred involved in Corey Preston as well, ending up in the walls again and into the wall heavily.
Ah, my goodness. And that was I think who was that? The 990, which is Dylan Rudd, that made that contact with Preston on the inside of Cascades. So Corey Preston and Lee Ellis, they've been really struggling with stuff that they had nothing to do with this race. Hopefully they can both get back out there and see their way through to the checkered flag. But Andrew Gilliam is going to be ruining that. He'll probably be on the blower to race control, telling them, look, you know, I've just been taken out of the lead by Jordan Caruso. What are you going to do about it? Caruso holds on to third place. Ethan Warren's been given a nice gap to the lead, with Richard Hampstead just ahead there of the two Altus cars of Caruso and Webster. But now they've all closed up, these Altus guys. They got Joshua Anderson in the sandwich, but the top slice of bread, or the bottom slice of bread, depending on how you want to look at it, is James Scott.
Yes, certainly Scott in there looming in the background could possibly spoil the party here for these guys if things start to get a little bit too heated amongst the Altus teammates, and also the likes of Anderson and Hampstead, who are all separated by pretty much nothing at the moment. So all it's going to take is one small mistake to cause a little bit of drama. But Madison down on the recovery at the moment, all over the tail of it. Jack Boyd for 13th position, and Boyd currently missing the boot and rear wing, so he's possibly going to be struggling a little bit here. But down looking to try and make the move, but just can't quite get the power down enough to get the move. Looks to the inside at turn one, but no move going to happen.
Yeah, Madison's having a very smooth and measured drive back up through the field. He's not taking risks where he doesn't need to, which is the mark of a champion in this series. Hamstead, also a former champion. He was the winner of the inaugural test season of V8SCOPS in 2014. So he's got quite the battle on his hands with those two Altus cars behind him, and Kyle George and Bailey Frid now coming together on the way into Cascades. A bit of a whack there through the right-hand kink. Frid stays ahead though, and Kyle George will continue to monster the back of the Pursuit Sim Racing number 5. It's defensive for Bailey Frid, and these guys battling for 24th and 25th position, and it's going to be less than that for Kyle George now, because off into the gravel he goes, manages to avoid the wall, but skates back onto the racetrack.
Yeah, was very, very lucky not to have that end worse and end up in the wall, but lucky to get away with that one. Could have got very, very close, but Madison has got on past. Well, he did, but he's had a moment, and unfortunately that's been a moment for him.
Oh no, what has happened to our championship leader and reigning champion? Let's see then, thanks to Virtual Racing School, down trying to get past Jack Boyd. Oh, he did it on his own. That's an uncharacteristic error from Madison Down, just catching the grass on the outside of the entry to Knickerbrook, and around he went. So seems like a simple incident from the outside, but he's going to be ruling that mistake. That's more potential points that he's going to have missed out on after that incident on the first lap. Number 28, Richard Hamstead, when we're hearing a race control decision has come in between Gilliam and Caruso. No further action. That's an interesting decision.
Yeah, it's a very interesting decision. I would have thought there would possibly been a redress or at least some form of a penalty being handed out there, but it doesn't appear to be the case.
Well, I'm sure that there will be many people debating that, both in the YouTube chat and in the forums and various discords after tonight's racing has concluded. But, you know, race control, they're the ones making the decision, and that's going to stand for now. So the racing will continue as it is, with Caruso there in third place behind the two Trans-Tasman cars of Ethan Warren and Richard Hamstead. And, you know, I haven't even brought this up yet. Ethan Warren, you know, obviously taking second in race 1, finishing behind Madison Down. He showed that he had the pace for victory, and circumstances have helped him somewhat, but he's taken advantage of those circumstances, and now he's in what is pretty much an unassailable lead at this point.
He's certainly not wrong, and he's doing everything he needs to at this stage to just control this race and possibly come away with another win as well to add a second one to his tally. But there's still 5 laps to go and still a long way to go, as Hamstead's got his hands full now with the two Altus drivers. John Caruso is going to drop alongside him on the way into the chicane, and he's going to try hang it tough around the outside. Not quite going to do it. Oh no, the Altus pairing come together.
Oh, James Scott takes advantage of all of that and moves through into 4th place. Jordan Caruso actually clipped the tyre barrier on the inside of Richard Hamstead there. That's what sent all of them spinning around. Oh my goodness, Job Stewart skating across the grass at the Hislop chicane almost took out Cooper Webster, but they continue as they are as well. Stewart just getting back up to speed there ahead of Jake Burton and Emily Jones. And Burton, whoa, goodness me, side by side through Water Tower, slight contact to the rear. Job wants to try and hold on to this position and squeezes Jones to the inside of Druids. My goodness.
Yeah, that could have ended so much worse, but Emily Jones going to fire it back up the inside, nearly on Job Stewart, fills the mirrors, but Stewart is wise to it and continues on. But that was very, very close between those three.
Absolutely was. We've got a few things to look at here on the Virtual Racing School replay, I would gather. So here's what happened between Caruso and Hamstead. Jordan trying to go for that second place again, and second place in the championship, Richard Hamstead, leaves the door open on the inside, but it was in the second phase of the corner where Caruso made the contact. Hamstead ran wide, and Caruso managed to get up the inside with a bit of a clatter. They go side by side into the Britain's chicane, but right there, Jordan Caruso, avoiding the tyre barrier, gets into the side of Hampstead and then gets into Cooper Webster, which allows James Scott to make his way on through. And speaking of Andrew Gilliam, well, that's what happened there. Webster actually sending Stewart off the road into the chicane and ultimately having to yield. And slowing down a little bit there, getting on the brakes, was Mr. Stewart, and Burton having one heck of a ride there on the outside. He managed to get through before Druids, but Emily Jones had no such luck.
Yeah, no such luck there, unfortunately, but is what it is. Back to the front of the field, and James Scott continuing to do everything he possibly can at the moment to try and hunt down the leader of this race, who's well and truly up the road. It's going to be a very, very hard task, but he's going to have Richard Hampstead for company, and Joshua Anderson not too far behind Hampstead as well, so he just needs to continue doing what he's doing at the moment, and he'll have a very, very solid podium to come away with here in race 2.
Yeah, I think Richard Hampstead got very lucky in the midst of all of that. He was able to stay ahead of Caruso in the midst of all of that fighting and contact, and has maintained third place. James Scott, though, the main podium protagonist now for Altus Esports, with Caruso now behind Andrew Gilliam. And we can see in the midst of all those incidents just how difficult it is to actually make an overtake cleanly here at Oulton Park. But James Scott won't be worrying about that for now. He's got pretty much clear road ahead towards Ethan Warren, minus the lap traffic of Kenneth Latter in the number 269, who they'll be coming up on very shortly. Latter's already let Ethan Warren go, and now these guys are going to be coming up on him in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They're going to be starting to have a little bit of lap traffic, start to play havoc with the leaders, and hopefully the lap traffic doesn't play too much a role in how this race for the podium is decided. Shouldn't be too much of an issue, but nevertheless they're going to have to find their way on by with 2 laps to go this time by.
Yeah, goodness me, this race has flown by as Jake Burton, Job Stewart and Emily Jones still all together. Job, of course, with that incident with Cooper Webster before, now mired in this pack for 8th, 9th and 10th on the road. Stewart, aggressive entry into turn 1, nearly giving Burton a bit of a love tap. But Emily Jones having a front row seat to all this in her McLaren Shadow Commodore, as there is number 29 of Jake Maloney and 88 of Brenton Hobson. Hobbo doing a little bit of lawn mowing on the exit of turn 1, has to let Maloney go after all of that. Hampstead, though, for second place, drawing up onto the back of James Scott once again, harassing him into the Britain's chicane. Caruso, meanwhile, has dropped back a little bit from Andrew Gilliam, and that's a good exit there from Richard Hampstead. It's defensive from James Scott. Who's going to win the battle here into Hislop? It is James Scott. Hampstead, the experienced hand, backing out of it when he knew the move wasn't on. But he's going to have plenty more opportunities here over the last lap or so to try and make his way by. Ethan Warren, though, is in the box seat to take his second SCOPS victory, coming up to the end of that lap now. And Bailey Frid, Kyle George, and I think that's Dylan Rudd, all together on the circuit. And Rudd trying out the inside of Kyle George. That's not going to work on the run into the chicane. Bailey Frid holds them both off for now, but they absolutely bumper to bumper. White flag for our race leader, as that's a mistake for Richard Hampstead, getting a little squirrely on exit. And, he actually got a bit of contact from behind from his teammate Josh Anderson. So now Hampstead off the podium, Anderson into third place, and Gilliam might look to gain another position here if Hampstead can't get back on rhythm. Well, fortunately for these guys, Gilliam, once again, getting the rear end swirly there out of Cascades, and these guys are coming up to traffic now. Kenneth Latter just up ahead of them. He's going to let them go here through the hairpin. A bit of contact. Gilliam sent Hampstead wide and makes the move through the hairpin, gets it done. Jordan Caruso now alongside Richard Hamstead, but he's going to back out of it coming into the chicane. There's been absolute chopping and changing of positions here in the top 6. Jake Burton still holding off Job Stewart just behind. Emily Jones with him there. They got a DPR car with them too. Hamstead going defensive on Jordan Caruso, trying desperately to keep him behind there. Andrew Gilliam now starting to streak away and follow the likes of Josh Anderson and James Scott there. But way further up the circuit, coming out of Druids, Ethan Warren. What a drive here from Ethan. He avoided all the dramas of the opening laps. He's made good on his promises made earlier tonight. It's second place in race 1, and it's going to be first place in race 2 for Ethan Warren. Another victory to add to his tally at Trans-Tasman Racing. Big congratulations to Ethan. Congratulations on your win. James Scott crossing the line to finish in second, with Joshua Anderson in third, Andrew Gilliam fourth, Richard Hamstead fifth. Our polster to Jordan Caruso coming just behind there in sixth.
Yeah, what a race to the line it was as well between Emily Jones, Job Stewart and Jake Burton. Job Stewart just edging out Emily Jones across the line, but what a finish it was, and Ethan Warren managing to take home his second ever victory in V8SCOPS as well. He will be absolutely wrapped in. Again, another win for the Trans-Tasman Racing Camp.
Yeah, they'll certainly go down well at TTR. Back-to-back victories for Ethan Warren in terms of rounds, with a second and a first, and Madison Down having the issues he did in his race. Ethan Warren is your round winner. So big congratulations to Ethan on that. He managed to fend them all off in the slipstream trains at Watkins Glen, and then he overcame the chaos of Oulton Park to take victory once again, which is certainly not going to do him much harm in the championship standings front. So they make their way back around to the pits. Here are the official results. Ethan Warren by 4.7 seconds from James Scott, with Josh Anderson, Gilliam and Hamstead rounding out the top 5. It's Caruso and Webster 6th and 7th. Jake Burton managing to finish 8th. A much less eventful race that time for the West Aussie, now based in Melbourne, with Job Stewart and Emily Jones rounding out the top 10. A great drive from the 51.
It's certainly a very, very great drive from the 51 to get another top 10 on the board. Adam Briggs comes home just outside the top 10 in 11th, with Corey McFarlane coming home 12th. Jack Boyd 13th, Kurt Stenberg 14th, with Jake Maloney rounding out the top 15. Brenton Hobson comes home in 16th. Madison Down, unfortunately, coming home in 17th after what unfolded for him in that race. Could have been a much better finish, but nevertheless will come home with 17th. 18th to Sean Linsdale, Brett Loxton and Andrew Dyson round out the top 20.
Dyson finishing where he started there. Damon Mulqueen, on the other hand, making up 12 positions to finish in 21st. Bailey Frid and Dylan Rudd behind him, with Lee Ellis getting spun around quite a few times in that second race, having to settle for 24th, but it could have been potentially a top 10 for him if he kept the pace up. Kyle George, the driver that came together with Lee Ellis a couple of times, the last driver to finish on the lead lap. Then you got our Split 2 winner Logan Barnett, a lap down in 26th. Blake Warboys, Kenneth Latter, 3 laps down. Troy Cox and Corey Preston rounding out the top 30, but it looks like it might be a retirement for both of those guys, and it certainly is retirement central as we go through the rest of the field. Rick Kuznetsov, 17 laps from the end. Nick Parker, the safety car driver there in race control, he actually ended up completing more laps than Brady Myers, Geordie Sinney, Thomas Hins, and Aaron Dodd, who were all involved in that epic lap 1 smash.
Yeah, so a number of retirees in that race, unfortunately, due to that lap 1 smash. But all in all, a very, very hectic night of racing, but also a very, very hard fought race as well, for some very, very critical points. And with the fact that there's very few rounds left of solo driving, it's all about maximizing your point scores as a solo driver as well before you get to Enduros.
Absolutely. Looks to me like there's going to be a change for position between Andrew Gilliam and Richard Hamstead. It's going to be a post-race points adjustment because the incident happened on the final lap. So looks to me like Andrew is going to be classified 5th at the end of that, with Richard Hamstead up there in 4th thanks to that incident. We'll await driver interviews, but we'll step aside very briefly on SimSpeed TV to catch our breath after a frenetic night of racing here at Oulton Park. You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS presented by 2Easy Finance.
Yeah, so we're using the VRS Direct Force Pro this year. We have a wheel adapter right here, so I'm using the rim I used last year. But the motor right here produces a lot of power, a lot of precision, and it helps me, just feel the car more, feel the car a lot quicker. Especially, this week we're at Sonoma. I can feel it, when it hits the curbs. Any little change in the car, the wheel reacts a lot quicker than your typical gear-driven or belt-driven wheel. For example, if you're on oval and the rear tires break loose, force feedback on it corrects a lot quicker than your typical wheels. There's no resistance pretty much as far as being able to make quick corrections on the wheel. So all that, paired with how precise the wheel itself is, it makes it to where it helps you as a driver, to find that extra hundredth or thousandths of a second. So when you're getting a direct drive wheel, especially the VRS wheel, it's heavy duty. It's got good weight to it, it's not a plastic toy. It feels like you can really beat up on it. A lot of people have issues with their plastic gear-driven wheels just kind of breaking after a couple years. This thing just feels like it can go forever. The forces are really strong where if you might have to let go of the wheel if you get into the wall. You can adjust all that with the settings on it and stuff, but the wheel itself doesn't play around. It's got way more strength than you could ever need, and that's what makes it good, that you can adjust that down to whatever the car needs. So initially you'll be able to get the controller box and the motor together, and eventually you will be able to add a rim onto that option. They'll also be including a button plate on it to put on the rim to have all sorts of different buttons and functionality. Also, pedals are coming, so that's a pretty big deal as well. Hasn't been covered too much, but the goal is to also have pedals to go along with the Direct Force Pro. So that's pretty exciting. The wheel feels good. It feels very much like a real world steering wheel. You just kind of feel like what you would imagine the car to feel like. A real steering wheel in a car is very smooth, it's very direct, very quick, and that's what this wheel feels like.
And now we come into post-race coverage for Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS Round 8 at Oulton Park. What a night it has been. There's been crashes, there's been egos busted, there's certainly been some bust-ups out there on the circuit. But coming up above it all was Ethan Warren for Trans Tasman Racing. I'm Reese Gardner, Cameron Dance alongside me, interviewing our second place man in just a few moments. But Ethan, congratulations, that is 2 rounds back to back that you have won. The season just keeps coming in leaps and bounds for you.
Yeah, thanks guys. Yeah, it's a pretty positive night, I would say. Yeah, the first race was really good. Just I don't know about that first lap, it's just carnage everywhere, so just try to avoid it. And just a shame with this track being so tight, you just can't pass. And I felt like my pace was pretty decent in the first one, but yeah, you can't pass, so just had to sit behind. And Madison did a good job just maintaining and tried to put the pressure on, but yeah, he didn't crack.
Well, nonetheless, coming home for a strong second place there and a 1-2 for TTR in race 1 as well, which is really good stuff for you guys. But race 2, ultimately, it seemed like Jordan Caruso and Madison Down would be the ones duking it out for the lead, but it looked like all of the big incidents happened around you. And once again, Ethan, it was just a case of avoiding and taking advantage of others' mistakes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I didn't have the overall pace I felt in race 2, so I saw Caruso had mega pace on Andrew, so I was just going to stay behind and wait for them to have a tussle. And yeah, it turns out they did, so that was pretty fortunate for me. So I just gained a bit of a gap at the start, in front there, and yeah, just made no mistakes and tried to bring it home.
So for you, I mean, we've talked about this quite a bit on the broadcast, how difficult it is to overtake here at Oulton Park. From your perspective as a driver, what is it about this track that makes it so hard to pass on?
The whole track's just one line, and because if you go offline, it's just you're on the dirty side of the track, and yeah, just sliding into the braking zone when you're trying to pass someone, and there's no real space to get out the inside of anyone and make it stick, if you know what I mean. And usually people can hold around the outside if you stick your nose in. So yeah, it's not the best track for racing, that's for sure.
Indeed, but regardless, certainly put on an interesting show here for the broadcast, and very good drive for you, Ethan. Before we let you go, anyone that you would like to thank from your Trans-Tasman stable for your second V8SCOPS victory?
Yeah, of course. Just like to thank the whole team. Obviously, they put in heaps of work each week, and being able to work alongside them really helps. And yeah, seeing the pace and comparing off them, being with, especially Madison, he's one of the best. And yeah, you really know if that's the benchmark. And yeah, can't thank them enough. It's been awesome to ride alongside. And big thanks to all our sponsors, Virtual Racing School, the Anti-Model Cars, Parenzo, Extreme Motor Trimming, and Cartifex Model Cars. And you guys for the broadcast.
Thank you very much, Ethan Warren, for Trans-Tasman Racing, winner of the round here at Oulton Park. Next up, we've got second position in race 2. James Scott stood by with Cam Dance.
Yeah, certainly a very, very strong race 2 result. Not quite what you wanted in race 1, but nevertheless, not a bad night overall.
Yeah, pretty much sums it up. Probably the whole night as a whole didn't quite go how I wanted. Even in the second race, I got a bit lucky there with a few of the guys running into a bit of trouble towards the end. But I felt like I had really good pace tonight, but just didn't quite get the quality right, and that really hampered my races.
Yeah, and obviously this track, one of those tracks where overtaking's a little bit difficult compared to some other tracks. Did you find it was a proper challenge? Was there a few opportunities where passing was probably viable but just wasn't able to happen, or how did you find the track?
Yeah, in race 1, the car felt really, really good. I was able to make up a few positions after the little spin at the opening lap. I got pretty much the only area I got even close to be able to make it a pass was into the hairpin. But yeah, overall passing was quite difficult.
Well, certainly it's going to be probably not much better next week with the fact we head to Belle for the following round and the final round before we get into Enduros. Are you looking forward to it at all? And what really can you sort of expect from the team?
Yeah, I think the team as a whole is working really well. I know a few of the guys probably didn't get as much preparation as they would have liked with some other things going on. But yeah, hopefully Belle Isle next week. Another tough track, really hard to pass there as well. So qualifying will be quite important. But as always, it usually produces pretty good racing.
Yeah, hopefully some good racing next week. Well, shout out to sponsors. Who gets done for you guys at Oulton Esports?
Yeah, first off, thanks to all the guys who have helped out recently. The team's working really well together. So hopefully that can continue. And obviously all our great partners as well with Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, Race Tech Seats, Virtual Racing School, and Sam Blacklock Media. We couldn't do without all those guys. And you guys for the broadcast and the series admin as well.
Well, there you have it, Reese. Very happy James Scott, and I believe you were standing by with Josh Anderson.
I am indeed. Josh, welcome to the commentary box once again. A 5th in race 1 and 3rd in race 2. A profitable night for you at Oulton Park.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Got to sort out my quali. It's really letting me down. But yeah, managed to weave my way through some of the chaos and come home with a relatively decent result.
Yeah, it seems that a track like this really breeds chaos. Not only is it narrow and one line, as your teammate Ethan Warren described, but there's also the fact that there's grass really close to the edges of the track. So if you want to try and make a move, paltry though the opportunities may be, you really have to try and make it stick.
Yeah, it was on for young and old all night. up the front. Yeah. So I was sort of took that into account, the way the layout of the track is, and I just tried to keep my nose fairly clean. Pretty much everyone that went for a move, there was contact. So I was aware of that. I was pretty, like, with a poor qualifying. That's really all you can do at a track like that, is just try and weave your way through the chaos.
And weave through the chaos you did, starting in 8th for race 2 and making your way up to 3rd. What's it like going through the first couple of laps at a place like this?
Yeah, you just play it by ear. You just try and place the car in the right spots to not get outfoxed, or put your car in the wrong position to to be collected in an incident that could occur up ahead. So you really got to be watching. You're obviously watching where your car placement is, but you got to be watching up like 4 or 5 cars ahead to just to see if there's any incidents that could happen. There were some guys that were a little bit aggressive on the opening laps, I thought, but that's racing. So I was watching for them, and as I expected, some things happened, which was good for me. It wasn't good for other people, but I'll take it. So yeah, it was chaotic, that's for sure. But no, I'm relatively happy with my night, other than qualifying, which was terrible.
Oh, well, you got the results on the board anyway, and it seems to have worked out for you in the championship standings with a poor night for Brady Myers. That means that you might be equal, if not better than him, for 3rd in the standings. So congratulations on that. Before we let you go, Josh, anyone that you would like to thank from your stable?
Yeah, just everyone from Trent Tasman Racing. I'm stoked to see Ethan win again, and he's done a really good job seeing him develop. Over the last 6-12 months. Like, I've always known he's, to see him in an Automobilista or something 12 months ago or 24 months ago, he's always been bloody quick, but now he's really coming along, which is great to see. And yeah, just, everyone, we're always working hard, trying to develop the car and develop ourselves, trying to get better, which is really the key of what we're trying to do here. So just everyone at TTR, and obviously all our sponsors, which Ethan mentioned. Thanks for everyone, thanks for the team, and thanks for the broadcast.
Joshua Anderson right there, 3rd place in race 2. An excellent drive from him tonight. And final driver interview of the night, Cameron Dancier stood by with Madison down.
Yeah, winning race 1, but unfortunately not quite the way you hoped race 2. Heaven, just give us a rundown on what race 2 was for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, not the ideal end to the night. Obviously, race 1 grabbing the win was really good. Bit of an unfortunate coming together with Jordan Caruso there at turn 1, but in the end, track position worked out well for me with qualifying, and ended up grabbing the win there, which was great to get that momentum. But then race 2, unfortunately, another coming together with Caruso, and this time it was my turn to be in the fence. So that basically just dropped me down the order. I think to 17th I rejoined, and I was basically a shot duck from there. So I really tried to move forward, but just couldn't make any moves happen really without sticking. So I had a few spins, was off the road. It's a pretty average race 2, to be honest. But yeah, nice to know the pace is there at least.
Yeah, certainly it was a decent amount of pace, but also the track reasonably hard to overtake. Did you find it was very, very difficult, or was there a few opportunities where you could get moves done if they presented themselves?
Yeah, for me, I didn't make a successful passing move all night, unfortunately. So that was probably a bit in driver and a bit in the track. Really challenging to get up there. You had to commit so hard, and so many of the incidents tonight were around those battles and passing moves trying to come off. So yeah, really challenging track. Not an excuse, obviously, but at the same time, track position was king tonight, unfortunately, as we saw with all of the results.
And as far as format goes, sprint format with obviously the 2 races, no pit stop. Obviously, everybody is trying to gain as many positions and points as they possibly can across the 2 races, and also setting themselves up in the qualifying. Is it a format you tend to enjoy, or is it one you tend to shy away from?
It probably is a format that I, from a personal point of view, get good results with, because my qualifying trends is quite good. I tend to be either on the front or the second row of the grid, and quite often where you qualify is kind of where you race. So fortunately for me, I've got good qualifying, and it does kind of suit me, this format. But at the same time, I think I prefer the pit stops part of it. It just opens up that strategy a little bit more, especially at a track like tonight where it's so difficult to pass. when you can use a bit of strategy to, catapult yourself up. If you don't qualify as well or get involved in an incident, it just helps a lot. But yeah, I just want to give a massive shout out to one of my teammates, Ethan Warren, to run P2 tonight and win as well in race 2. Phenomenal drive. That's 2 race meetings in a row. He's driven out of his skin now, and he's really turning it on. He's really shown a lot of improvement this year. So big thanks and well done to Ethan.
Yeah, certainly drove a very, very fine night tonight. Well, nevertheless, we're to Belle Isle next week. Thoughts on the race and shout outs and sponsors.
Yeah, street circuit next up, so that will be pretty interesting to say the least. But big thanks to everybody. As always, I ran the Virtual Racing School data pack setup tonight, so big thank you to Virtual Racing School for the sponsorship and also the support. And a big shout out to everybody that I've actually had with coaching recently. I've got to meet a lot of really good people through Virtual Racing School, and it's great to see everybody improving week on week. So big shout out to everyone out there, a part of the Virtual Racing School community. Also, Bianti Model Cars, Richard Poole, who's quite high up at Bianti, is leaving the model car industry, as some might have seen on V8 Sleuth. So a big shout out to Richard Poole. He's done a lot for sim racing and particularly TTR in the last 3 or 4 years. So big shout out to him. Also all the other sponsors as well. We have Extra and Parenzo. I'm going to forget a bunch, but Card Effects, Tim Pattinson Design. We got a whole bunch on the cars supporting us. So thanks to everyone.
Yeah, well, all the best for next week, Madison. We hope to see you back here on the podium. Well, nevertheless, Reese, it's been a very, very wild night of racing, and I presume it's going to be no different next week when we head to Belle Isle.
Absolutely. We head to the streets of Detroit for the next round of this championship in just a week's time. 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. That's 4 p.m. over here in WA where I am. And around about 8 or 9 in the morning GMT. So if you're in Europe and you're looking for some sim racing for breakfast, make sure to tune in on Sunday morning for V8SCOPS action from the very difficult Belle Isle Street Circuit. We saw some absolutely cracking races here last season. Can't wait to do it again. Well, either way, looks to me like Ethan Warren is on a heck of a charge right now, having taken his second round win running. How much of an effect will he be able to be in the latter half of the season? Don't forget, Belle Isle is also the last round before the Enduros. We've got 2 500Ks, 1 1000K race for all the drivers to try and tackle here in the second half of the year. Thank you very much for joining us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter live. And big thanks once again to our series sponsors, Virtual Racing School and Too Easy Finance. Certainly appreciating your support and getting the show out here to everyone around the world. V8SCOPS from Oulton Park went to Ethan Warren, but will Jordan Caruso or Madison Down, Richard Hamstead, Andrew Gilliam be able to get their nose in and try and take some victories before we get into an enduro season? Find out next week. I'm Reese Gardner, Cameron Dance alongside me, and Jake Kennedy on production. We'll see you next time.
Fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going in the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my God. Big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go. Oh no.
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?